and smell the coffee. It is game day, mga kaibigan, right here on Predator League 2023. My name is Ramon, and with me is Mochi. We are your casters for today's qualifiers, all the way from Manila to TNC Dasmariñas.
And we have seen naman from our previous weeks how powerful yung mga teams na magpo-proceed para sa ating Phase 2. But at the current time, mukhang meron tayong mga contenders na susubukang magsumikap muli at hopefully makapasok nga muli sila sa Phase 2 natin.
Oh, definitely. I mean, another story in another city para ma-explore natin ang the best that the Philippines has to offer. But before that, I would like to give a lot of my thanks sa Games and Amusement Board who are present doon sa site all the way towards TNC Dasmariñas and have made a Predator League Philippine Qualifiers possible nga naman. Thank you so much, Games and Amusement Board. At sana naman ay makauwi kayo ng Bukopay from Tagaytay.
Oo nga, magkalapit lang pala yun, no?
Yeah.
But also, we would like to thank them because they ensure the quality and, of course, fairness ng ating mga teams and plays or matches na meron. And every single day na meron tayong laban dito sa Predator League.
Yeah, I mean, we gotta get smooth and sailing nga naman dito sa ating susunod na laban. But before that, syempre, it's a lot of discussion, right? Of course, this has been a fairly new tournament. We've been going through this for 4 weeks now. Kaya, para ma-refresh lang yung ating mga viewers natin, malaman nila kung ano yung naging tournament format for the whole Predator League so far. We've had 4 on-set qualifiers. We're on the 4th right now with the last one para sa ating mga LAN qualifiers ngayon. We're on TNC Dasmariñas, but last week we were all the way towards TNC Digos. Nung the next week after that was all the way towards Cebu and Pampanga respectively. However, that is not the last of the qualifiers. Talagang may chance pa rin makalaban ang kahit sino na gustong makataste ng competition dito sa Predator League.
Yes, of course. And kung hindi na sila umabot ngayon sa TNC Dasmariñas, well, meron pa naman tayong online qualifiers na gaganapin noong October 7, 8, 14, and 15. And syempre naman, kung sila ay maging kampiyon ng kada isang leg dito sa ating qualips, magpo-proceed sila sa ating group stage wherein in every group stage naman, yung top 2 ng kada group mag-a-advance para sa ating phase 3 which is the playoffs wherein they will get the chance to participate in the Predator League 2024 Philippine Grand Finals.
Alam mo yung unique dito? Ang ibig sabihin nun, kahit matalo ka sa isang week ng qualifiers na yun, pwede ka sumali sa susunod na qualifier. Pwede ka rin sumali sa susunod na qualifier after that kapag natalo kayo ulit. Basta makakapag-register kayo, makakasali kayo sa kahit anong qualifiers pa natin, whether on-site or online. Kaya may mga kwento na may ilang teams dito ang nakapag-participate sa ating qualifiers ng more than 2 or 3 times. Katulad
lahat nga.
Diba?
Lahat.
Present.
Pinalagan nila yung qualifiers
Present
natin, guys. Lumipad silang papuntang Cebu, nagpunta sila ng Digos, galing pala silang Digos, gano'n. Tapos nanggaling din sila or pumunta din sila ng Pampanga. And right now, here sa Dasmariñas, ang alam ko is nandyan sila. But hopefully is makita natin sila sa ating bracket later on. But, ayun nga guys, if kayo ay interested na sumali sa ating tournament right here, right now, then definitely check out the Predator Gaming page because dyan kayo magiging updated sa mga kaganapan natin. Malay mo yung mga discounts din pala ng mga peripherals and any gaming gear dyan.
Tamang-tama nga naman. Kasi pwede ka rin pag-usapan kung ano yung mapapanalunan ng kahit sinong team ang nakapag-first place sa ating qualifiers. Meron tayong 5,000 pesos on the prize pool kapag nakakapanalo kayo sa bawat qualifiers natin. And not only that, you get your free entry papunta sa group stages ng Predator League, giving yourself a chance para makapanalo at makaparticipate sa APAC Predator League Finals as well. You'll be able to participate against one of the top tier teams dito sa APAC natin and test your skills against the mightiest that APAC has to offer. Not only that, meron din tayong PLPH Finals wherein that is where all the big money comes from nga naman.
Yes,
the prize pool will be designated sa kahit sino ang makapanalo from the 6th to 5th place, I believe, no, 4th to 3rd place. Nga naman, 55,000 pesos para sa 4th and 3rd place natin, habang ang 2nd place, they will win 100,000 pesos, and for the 1st place winner, they will get themselves the half of that prize pool of 250,000 pesos, and overall, that is 500,000. Imagine mo yun. Napakalaki ng prize pool, kaya napakalaki ng stakes natin.
Yes, of course. Well, basically, kung sino man ang mapunta dyan as champions natin dito for the PLPH Finals, they'll get half of the cake. Iuwi na lang sa kanilang mga pamilya, paghahatian na lang yung mga magti-team, or kung sino man na nag-contribute sa kanila na, pre, kaya kami nanalo kasi nandyan ka.
Yeah.
Sheesh. Diba?
Yun.
So, diba? So, that is gonna be the totality ng stakes na meron tayo dito ngayon for our prize.
Yeah, pero sino ba yung nag-participate sa stakes natin so far and who is up in the running from top 8 dito sa bracket pa lang natin? Ay makikita na agad na meron tayong mga bigating mga teams from VCT, ang Zol Esports against Incognito sa semifinals natin, habang sa kabilang side ng bracket it is Game Lab Alpha versus Plug and Play. Lots of interesting storylines that we've seen from the VCT teams that we've had here so far, particularly Game Lab Alpha. They used to be the underdog. They used to be the ones that had the Cinderella story. Nobody had their number before, but now everyone is batting an eye. Alam na nila ang pangalan ng Game Lab Alpha, kaya hindi na sila ngayon yung underdog sa storyang ito. Dapat sila yung mag-set ng standard at kailangang i-prove nila na sila pa rin ang top dog dito sa Pilipinas natin.
Yes, of course. And considering the amount of experience na meron sila, it's going to be a big thing just in case lang naman na Plug and Play would be able to actually establish their dominance against them, diba?
Yeah.
On the other hand, we also have Zol Esports and Incognito. Alam naman natin na kung anong meron sa Zol Esports. We've been familiar. We saw them play from last week. And we will be able to see if there is some certain changes na kung anong meron sa kanila, considering na yun nga, like what we've said, they are already on their way into building their foundation, which is a good sign for their team kasi they've been able to expose themselves with these types of competitions na rin. But for Incognito, let's see then, we will never know.
Yeah, I mean, we'll never know indeed. Kasi napaka-private nga naman ng meron sa
Literal na
Incognito.
Incognito.
We have no idea who they are and what they're capable of. That probably is the scariest part about a lot of these community teams, diba? Like, you never have any expectations. You don't know what to expect against them. Kaya, what is there to VOD review? What is there to expect, diba? From somebody that you've never faced up before. Kaya,
lahang info.
tamang magnifying glass lang tayo dito sa first bracket match natin. And sakto-sakto, yun yung ating pinakaunang magiging matchup. So, Esports, on the other hand, napakamabilis ang update mga kaibigan. Hindi sila ang same team that we saw in the split 2 of Valorant Challengers nga naman. So, nagbago yung roster nila. Hindi natin makikita yung old na Zol Esports. Makikita natin ang kanilang bagong iteration of the roster. We have Kakarot as well as Kevs and Micro joining the lineup, as well as si Zind at si Patman, heralding the same name of Zol Esports but now elevated themselves with experience and talent. Do you believe na yun ay enough para magkaroon sila ng, I would say, scary status? Parang horror monster na makikita natin sa bracket natin, considering that Zol Esports is already an established name?
Definitely in terms of their individual capacity, nandyan na existing na eh. I feel like ang magiging issue nila dyan in terms of the synergy, which is yun nga on the process pa lang din naman. Pero I can definitely see that they can rise to the top, lalong-lalo na in terms of their roles and how they've been able to adjust for each other is nandyan na, existing na. They just have to, ano bang terminology dito? Parang kailangan na lang nila pag-igtingan, kumbaga.
Ano yung ibig sabihin nun?
Parang they just have to continue what they're doing. Kasi they're already onto that correct path and direction in doing so.
Okay, that's good. Be on the right path and just have that consistency sa kung ano man meron sa kanila. They're working well since I have heard a few whispers that Zol Esports have already practiced in a few tournaments as well. So, meron na silang synergy. At meron din tayong mga konting expectations na rin para sa kanila. This will be one of their first iterations of roster, or at least one of their first appearances with this iteration of the roster as a whole. And if they go far, then that is when we can set those expectations far for them. Kaya, ayun mga kaibigan, ito ang magiging pinakauna nating semifinals match, Zol Esports versus Incognito, as we're jumping into gear as we head on into Agent Select in a few seconds. Mochi, just to give you a little bit of a background we haven't seen a few maps in a few weeks now. Nakita lang natin ang Pearl sa pinakaunang matchup dito sa Predator League.
Pa lang.
Pero yun lang ang last time na nakita natin siya. Just one time that it has been picked. When are we seeing these other maps since ang pinakamalaki nating pick rate na maps dito so far on Predator League has been Ascent, the Filipino map.
Parang normal na naman ata yun
diba? Parang hindi lang dito eh.
Kahit saan ka pumwesto, community tournament man yan, ultimo sa scrim, malay mo yung mga testing the waters pa lang ng mga... Kahit sa rank games, hindi, pagka rank games, laging ayaw ni Valorant na manalo ko, laging sa mga mahihirap na mapa, may breeze, diba? Ayoko pa naman ng breeze.
Eh,
Anyways,
sayang naman walang breeze dito.
yeah, wala yung breeze dito. Actually, that's one of the most interesting maps that we have so far kasi napakalaki ng factor na inalis nila yung yung mid area natin. Lalong-lalo na they just cut it off. You know what? Wala force kang dumaan dito sa isang gilid na to na napakalaki ng chance na ma-choke kayo magti-team. So
wala ring halls kaya hindi ka makakapag-lurk ng ayos katulad ng dati.
Actually, nagtaka ako doon. I'm wondering what should be the purpose kung if you will focus on having safe play, no? Like, ano yung purpose nung upper ground na yun?
You know, just take it out
Yun
altogether.
lang diba?
Wala na kasi as in kwenta yung halls na yun eh. Unless you just want to jump down dun sa shoot na yun, which I don't really see any hope for it. Anyways, we're getting sidetracked. We're heading on into the first semifinals match of the night. It is going to be a best of one incognito against the Titan that is Zol Esports, where we have seen a lot of like iterations of what a Haven team comp should look like, right? That nakikita natin sometimes some teams would pick up a breach, some teams would rather have a scan, pero Zol Esports would rather give Kevs not his coveted Sova pick, but a Sky pick. How interesting is that na ipe-pair up mo pa siya with a Viper on a double controller comp on Haven nga pala?
Parang panglason, kung lason talaga yung gustong gawin ni Zol Esports dito eh, no? Having that Sky pick onto Kev's team seems like they just really want to go for Wrath all out. Unlike here on the side of Incognito, by the way, it is more on a I cannot say na balance. Meron pa ring talem, but it's more on a way na it is equally distributed. No? Like we have the Cypher there. They can prevent Zol Esports into pushing forward since they have the jet. But I wonder is paano to i-address ng Zol Esports because there might be a chance na they can use both of their controllers to actually just gatekeep every single one from Incognito from pursuing or aggressing forward, lalong-lalo na kung yung kanilang team composition, we have all these agents here. Alam naman natin na all of these agents is talagang gamay na gamay nila. For Kakarot, it's the usual Viper, Micro, si Astra, kahit na nerf pa ng nerf yan, wala siyang pakialam. And of course, for Nemtak, never siya nawala dyan sa Killjoy pick na. I mean, minsan siguro, but parang signature niya na yung Killjoy pick. So, this is going to be really good for Zol Esports but also bad for them kasi aware na si Incognito kung paano sila gumalaw. Most likely, like what we have said, there will be an influence for Zol Esports here na they already have an information how they play. May mga VOD sila na existing. Maaaring mapag-aralan yung mga galaw nila considering na they always go for their staple agents. But for Incognito, let's see if there will be a shed of light here once that we see our first few rounds.
Di kung ganon, kahit hindi nila alam kung ano yung magiging playstyle ng Incognito, just because you said wala sila masyadong past VODs since this is one of their first times na maglaro sila sa tournament, then they can set expectations from the agent comp that they have made for themselves, right? They just have to expect where the Cypher can be, and he will be vulnerable kapag nawala na yung mga tripwires niya, kapag nahanap na ng Zol Esports kung saan siya nagtatago. They can flush him out with the team comp that they have set up for themselves, but that can also backfire if hindi sila sanay sa team comp na ganito, diba? It's not the most Haven team comp that I've seen so far for Zol Esports.
As well,
There's
diba?
an experimentation for both of these teams, diba? Wala tayong fast entry on one hand. On the other, it is a double controller comp that I'm not really sure na Haven is really known for double controller comps anyway. So we'll have to figure it out for ourselves. We're heading into the Haven map, mga kaibigan, ng pinakauna nating semifinals matchup para sa Predator League 4th qualifier all the way to TNC Dasmariñas. And there you go, mga kaibigan. Talaga namang napaka-smooth ng transition. Thank you so much, Prod.
Unang-una, dragon yung pinakita.
Tama. Hindi yan tattoo, ha?
Oo nga. Yung literal na dragon, guys. Baka iba iniisip niya eh. But, anyways, heavy saturation sa A-site. Mukhang, ano ba mga predictions mo dito? Ano yung unang-una nilang gagawin na executions here? Because, I mean, parang ano na rin eh, no? Parang muscle memory na sa ating lahat na, you know what? We're just gonna play here dito sa bandang entrada ng A. Tignan lang natin kung may sisilip, may pick up tayo, tas atras tayo, tas tingin na tayo ng bagong plano.
Parang yun na nga yung naging, yung naging game plan ng Zol Esports, right? I mean, that's the purpose of the Viper wall being put down. Normally, di ba, kapag may nakikita kang jet o kaya Cypher, Cypher on the attacking team, you'd rather use a lobby as a point of contact, right? Pwede mo siyang gamitin i-manipulate kung ano yung information ibibigay mo sa kalaban mo. Kung maglalagay ka ng smoke, then there are two ways of possibly doing that. You could either use that as a lurking smoke papunta dun sa A short. You could use that as a way to dodge away from an op, a long-range gun na kahit ano, pagpasok mo dun sa A long, or you could just put down the smoke and you could just rotate somewhere else, giving false sense of information papunta sa incognito or kahit yung kalaban mo on the CT side. And that's when you put all of your focus elsewhere. That's when Garage becomes an open factor. That's when C long becomes a dangerous path. That is when the attacking team has all the advantages in the world because that information has been manipulated towards the CT side. Yun yung mga capabilities ng kahit anong T-sided team when it comes to the Haven map. Kaya I wonder if Zol Esports are gonna use that very early on since that wall has been opened up by Micro or Kakarot actually. And how will they work with that? Diba? Magpupush ba sila? Are they gonna use that as a point of contact? Are they gonna use that to dodge away from any point of shots?
Parang ano rin no? Pinagbabawalan nila, walang magpa-flank
Oh, exactly.
Walang magpa-flank galing A. And also, if ever that they will try to offer B side natin, it will be definitely easy for them because there's already one link gonna be blocked and since it's still a pistol round, it will be pretty crucial even if na meron silang temporary damage na ma-accumulate from that wall. So, yeah.
Oh, well. Definitely gonna be an interesting first matchup for the both of us dito and for the both players or teams ng pareho nating nasa qualifying stage pa lang. Just quick update mga kaibigan, we'll be having a quick rollback sa ating magiging first matchup. We apologize for any inconvenience, pero just to make sure that both of our teams are 100% heading into their semifinals, their only chance at getting towards the group stage, then we have to make sure that everybody is in top shape. Mochi, syempre. Kung kakain ka ng ano ba paborito mo ulam?
Marami.
One, just give me one.
Sige, adobo. Ayan.
Okay, adobo. Kung kakain ka ba ng adobo kung walang soy sauce?
Syempre hindi.
Oh, di ba? Exactly.
Unless adobong puti yun.
Wait, what?
Yeah, may adobong puti
Ano yun? But how do you make that white sauce?
It's more on suka.
Akala ko carbonara.
No. That's gonna be so weird. Vinegar and cream? Hello? What does that taste like?
Hey, I mean, if pesto exists, right? Yeah, then anything weird can happen, right?
Ask the Italiano. It's an exception.
Sabagay. Yeah. They're just chilling lang ng mga players natin. Try, if sila, capable sila na mag-explore sa Haven, dapat tayo din, di ba? Give yourselves a break, mga kaibigan. If you have the time to travel, if you have the time na makapag, get out of your computer, relax, labas lang, have a drink, have a sip of coffee, maiba naman, yeah. Para hindi ka ma-burnout sa kahit anong gusto mong gawin sa buhay.
True. And also, malay mo, yung ibang mga nanonood dyan, di pa pala nakakabili ng merienda nila, or like, gusto nila ng ramen with rice ball, tapos may
ginugutom mo ako.
Sparkling water pa, di ba? Sheesh.
Sparkling water.
Sarap pa naman magkape ngayon, guys. Hindi ganun ka-araw.
Pero malamig sa studio.
Malamig din sa studio, kaya masarap din magkape dito. Actually.
Kaya nga eh.
Pero,
buti na lang no? Kasi last week sobrang maulan.
Oo, yun nga din sa sabihin eh. Pero at least hindi na ganun kaulan.
Yeah.
Na talagang magiging inconvenience yung sobrang lala nung pour.
Yung tipong malilit.
Yung tipong malilate, kailangan mo nang lumangoy, diba?
Tama.
So, mga work or klase, daing mga college students ngayon dyan na nagiging waterproof.
Waterproof? Oy, nakaka-relate ka ba?
Ay. Wala kang choice eh. Hanggat hindi nag-a-announce na suspended, wala.
Wala kang no choice.
Kailangan mo tumuloy,
well. Wala I mean, ngayon, so just to give everybody like a quick update nga lang. We're having like somebody like reconnect back into the game para ma-ensure namin na we're back in tip-top form dito pa lang sa semifinals matchup. Nakailang Haven na ba tayo? Parang ang dami nating Haven at saka Ascent map. Talagang chess match lang eh. Pang chess match na to eh, na mapa. Parang Ascent lang.
Yeah. Actually, parang ano na siya no? Like, if you want yourself to be really comfortable in the map that you play, or like ensuring that there is a well-balanced na it's just Haven or Ascent. All other maps is just like like when there is already statistics existing.
You wanna know a hot take? I don't like Haven.
Bakit?
I don't know, it's just, ito This is not, I'm speaking as a Valorant player na at this point. Pero, yung playstyle ko kasi, aggressive duelist ako. And if you force me to play default, which is very common in a lot of Haven games, edi tinatanggal mo yung primary strength ko.
Isn't it also a strength kasi aggression just means na you'll be able to take the toll no the whole duration of the game or hindi rin?
See, this is why I'm a caster. Hindi ako.
Wala, naisip ko lang din, like, if you really capitalize on aggression, isn't it also a good thing? Pero
No, I mean,
it depends on the playstyle.
well, I mean, if the playstyle suits itself, then maybe it is not for me. Maybe it is for one of the players dito sa loob ng ating semifinals match. We are back, mga kaibigan. First game para sa semifinals. Reyna.
Okay, nagbato ng ibon, wala namang nakita. Pero tatambay mo na sila dito sa bandang damuhan natin. Pero never mind, mukhang binabalakatan nila dumiretso sa B-site. Ingat-ingat muna tayo dito kung sakali man na meron silang ma-pick off dito sa B-site natin. That would be really nice, pero there's already a lot of blockage here, but at the same time, also some bodies falling on our floor. And of course, this spike has already been put down, and all they have to do is to wait. Kung sino man ang mag-pick dito sa mga members natin from the side of Incognito, because they will be revealed shortly.
Oh no, they're all compressed. All on the same spike plant. Kaya iisang direction lamang ang titingnan ng Zol Esports. They haven't even tried to stick. It is a 7-second stick para sa Incognito, and they haven't tried or attempted another defuse. God's Eye a second para sa kanilang post plant as they try to push in, knock them down. It is Walang Daplis at talaga namang staying true to his name but trying to hold his nerve. Micro whips the shot. The head does not connect. It is Walang Daplis and Incognito trying to save God's Eye before he falls, but there you go. It does not happen.
Careful.
It's really interesting how we can see everything go down, you know. Like, every single one's been able to just connect all their shots dito nung post-plant situation, but still it did not work that well on the end of Zol because mukhang nagkaroon sila ng parang miscoordination nung dalawang remaining members na lang nila, which is, I think it's Micro and Patman.
Yeah.
But no sweats, just the first round. There's still a lot of things na maaaring mag-go down to. But of course, major advantage on the end of Incognito considering that they've got the buys already. But they really have to be careful kasi they can never, ever be complacent.
Yeah, in that round, they had suitable amount of time na pwede silang makapag-rotate around from garage. They already
Isa
saw
pa yan, yeah.
3 or 4 players towards that spike plant. And they never thought about, okay, sige, kung 4 na nakita natin doon, what if mag-rotate kaya ako from garage all the way towards the backstab? Asmodeus, long-range tap from the Spectre, unheard of, but definitely not a surprise. Finding one of the players on Zola Esports as Batman as well will take his own pick kay God's Eye, which kind of opens up a little bit towards sa ating B-side. Another option, another layer, but for Asmodeus, he is running out of options. Suck down, it is Zind, the Marshal. Opens up the site for the team. At kita mo naman yung late lurk agad ng Zol Esports, giving themselves not only yung garage but as well as the C-site itself. Cheesecake, again, the spray from the Spectre, all from the fruits of their labor from the first round itself. Batman spray down, double kill. Kaso, it is a 1v2. Kevs, the loudest member on Zol Esports, has to make a huge impact. Kailangan niyang mag-peek at kailangan niyang i-shoot yung shot niya against Walang Daplis. This time around, he is playing his time. He is holding his nerve, but he gets shot down. A 5 HP clutch for Walang Daplis unless he sticks the defuse. And he gets himself the win. The second one for Incognito, but a very, very unfortunate affair kasi iisa lang yung gun na nakuha nila dito.
Parang indit na kamay ni, ni Walang Daplis. Actually, that is a good call or answer for the side of Zol Esports here. Once na merong napita sa kanila dito, I think it is Kakarot. Definitely, they tried to foresee. Kasi doon naman tayong kakampi nila, that is the least expected site for them to go. Lalong-lalo na akala nila is bantay sarado na ni Asmodeus yun. But yun nga lang, they're still one step ahead in terms of gunplay. Itong si Walang Daplis, and instead that still gave them the leverage here for this round. And of course, let's see if Zol will finally get an answer. Lalo nga, it is the buy round after all. And yes, they have the rifles that they have. Unlike dito sa side ng Incognito is that they have to settle with the guns that they have from the previous round.
Ano, tatawa ako sa player cam. Ang nasa impression ko tuloy, everybody is Asmodeus.
Yeah. Actually, yeah.
So Asmodeus is having a 1v9 against himself.
Parang napakahirap naman atang gawin yun, no?
Kaya nga yun ang self-development.
Kalaban mo lang sarili mo. Hindi nakakampi, no? Kalaban na.
Wala siyang kakampi. Ang kalaban niya lahat, pero wala siyang kakaiba.
Yourself is the greatest enemy.
Ooh, deep.
Cherise, kala mo naman, may pahugot.
Yeah, sorry, Bucky spotted out inside the garage bush, pero sinaspam lamang nila. And also taking down tong si Cheesecake early on. Smoke provides cover dito. Kung ever na kailangan lumabas itong Brimstone, back in towards C. But they don't even try to aggress on garage. It's Jules who gets shut down. Kakarot, the lurking Viper.
30 seconds
Given a way in para dito sa Sol Esports, while God's Eye on the other side has equalized things para sa Incognito. Asmodeus, the only guy who tries to delay the inevitable for Sol Esports. They have enough time para ma-plant yung spike. Even take down yung Sova ng Incognito. A forced 3 versus 4 very early into the round.
Kinulang ata ng energy dun si Jules because he's been able to be taken out and mukhang masusundan pa, but this is going to be an advantage here for the side of Incognito, and of course we are about to see if there is this possibility for them to go for the retake, but Asmodeus, tumatrabaho pangalawa nila ata to, pero still gumapalag pa rin ang Go Esports, and yes, they would be able to end that round cleanly with, of course, really good positioning.
He had a small window since yung short player hindi niya nakita yung pagpasok ng tatlong Incognito players for the retake itself. That's Micro. She wins the gunfight against walang Daples, but after that, that is when he calls for Kakarot to take the peak and to take the fight head on. The confidence brimming on a high, a well-needed round para sa Zol Esports to get themselves the momentum back, as well as to preserve the guns since they have a majority of their economy shredded. Everybody else dying on the hands of the 3 players on Incognito, kaya tamang balik lamang dito, tamang reconvert na lang. A well-needed victory must be done if ever na kailangan nilang i-revive yung money nila dito on their T side.
Really good segregation during that round, no? But I wonder if there will be still the same drill as in the current round, because heavy saturation dito sa A side natin, ang dain ng aging pag-spend ng ating mga abilities, and of course, meron na rin mga casualties, 1 for each, and of course, there's no way for them to actually see kung may madadagdag pa dito. But so far, Zol Esports is already in control. May nagbabantay pa rin sa flank natin, but no one's gonna be going there. Incognito would try and offer a full push dito in their retake, but hindi sila hinahayaan because they're just free firing all over the place here for the side of Zol Esports, and now finally they try to go for an execute, but it is not enough. There isn't clear signs of hesitation here, and of course, it would be able to see that Zol Esports really have control on that one.
See, that is the thing about the double controller comp, especially with a Viper on your side. The smoke that Viper allows on the table just makes them hesitate. If they push through it, then they risk themselves of getting spammed through, especially with a really strong post-plant position. The triangular one for Zol Esports has made them a very discomforting team to play against kapag nakapag-post plant sila. Kaya kailangan labanan ng Incognito ang lahat ng sector nila. The worst thing about that as well, para sa Incognito, is that Zol Esports have recovered their economy because of their very decisive call to take the A site and their post plant positions as well. Kapag buhay pa rin tong si Kevs, talagang buhay pa rin ang magiging post plant ng Zol Esports. Kaya this time around, they play slowly. They don't want to give any guns away papunta sa Incognito. Kaya Batman back on the lurk, back on taking yung mid space dito for the side of Zol Esports, while everybody else taking active orb control, trying to make some space known over towards Silong as well, threatening the garage push, splitting up all of their resources just so that they could sandwich and try to surround yung nag-iisang Soba doon sa site, at binigay niya agad.
Yan na nga, binigay na kaagad. Buti ng mas kumpleto kayo na mag-retake kesa naman sa kulang-kulang kayo. And yes, tulad ng sabi mo, maganda or masaya or maingay ang nagiging progress dito ng Zol Esports. Eh syempre, maingay din yung mismong TNC Cafe doon sa Dasmariñas dahil si Kevs yan eh. Pero of course, we are about to see if there is still probability for Incognito to make this work out kahit na medyo kulang sila in terms of their firepower. Pero ngayon, ang dahil nangyayari dito sa garage area natin, naging more agad-agad, and now it is going to be a 1v2 and before you know it, bay naubos na ni Micro lahat. Apat lang naman ang sinecure niya dito from the side of Incognito without any spend in terms of their utilities at all because more on the fire, the gunplay ang naging nakita natin dito at this current state.
Yeah, at this point you just shake off the wear. Since Batman was kind of shaky and trying to control yung garage, buti na lang at nandun yung IGL niya to play the crossfire at gamitin yung contact nitong ni Batman para magkaroon sila ng napakasolidong defense on garage itself. Nakababa na sila agad, so they were sitting ducks doon sa kanilang retake. They're not able to convert through with those 2 kills that they had. So well played para kay Micro at Batman. A beautiful recovery from the Killjoy on Zol Esports as well. So slow play again para sa Zol Esports. Reset back, try to find the Cypher and a lot of their utility para ma-display agad ang map control na kailangan nilang kunin since this double controller comp does demand it. However, for Incognito, every single point of the utility is trying to get depleted. Kita mo, nakapag-brimstone smoke na agad ng dalawa at mukhang mauubusan pa nga. Pakatapos ng napakamabilisang aggress at presence made lamang ang Zol Esports, nagpaparamdam sila nandun sila. Pero hindi sila magko-commit. Yun yung pinaka-nakakatakot. Mas lalo na brimstone yung smoker mo.
Yes. And of course, parang nagiging problema na yun para sa kanila on their end, no? Because yun nga, even if they try to use the smoke in terms of defenses, hindi mo sure kung dun nga ba sila dediretso, they can just simply shift to another side. And what we're doing here, walang Doubtless, nako, he struggled so much against the rest of the members here from the side of Zol. Nako, sinorty lang naman ni Zen, dinagdagan pa ng bandal, napatong-batong si Jules. Nako, meron pa sumusunod. And every single one is just being secured out dito sa city area natin bago pa man sila mangbalak na pumunta sa A site natin.
And that's their back and forth team fighting that Zol Esports has been thriving on so far. Imubos na nila agad yung util ng Brimstone. And after that, that's when they take the decisive call, taking the site that has the least amount of utility. The Reyna on the back side of things. Doon na nila agad na coordinate yung util galing dito sa sky ng Zol Esports just so Zen could take every single fight to his favor. And not only that, overheat back onto CT with not much casualties para sa Zol Esports as well. Giving enough time para makapag-flank ang ating Batman all the way over from B. And I've been waiting for that play all day long, but it looks like this has been the fruition. Ngayon, Zol Esports, no hesitation. Talagang 2 smokes invested dito sa loob ng C-long push. Talagang walang makakapag-push dito sa Incognito. At talagang Zol Esports have all the confidence in the world relying on that rolling thunder. Pero papasok pa ba sila dahil nagamit na agad ang orbital strike galing kay Cheesecake. But all the smokes, all the ultis trying to dismantle the defense. Walang Doubtless. Good shot from that Guardian. Kakarot trying to make his presence known. As Zol Esports have knocked them down one by one before they can even lay a finger on the site.
That is actually quite the exact opposite of what we had from our previous rounds. Kung kanina nakita natin na sobrang prominent ng mga gunfights nila, it is quite the opposite here because there's a lot of utilities that's been expended here. Not only in the side of Zol Esports, which makes us realize kung bakit sila nag-double controller, but also on the side of Incognito as well. They expended the Rolling Thunder, they expended the airstrike, and it's just really a struggle here on the side of Incognito to try and execute forward. I feel like it is really because of the hesitance na nanggagaling sa kanila. And other than that is talagang nakalatag na ang Zol Esports sa mga positioning nila. Just like what we're seeing here, this is going to be a good comeback from walang Doubtless, and he will be able to secure one here from the side of Zol Esports already. But may sagot din naman si Zen dyan.
Naghihintay lang si Batman. Unarmed na agad yung magiging bot ng Killjoy. Kaso papasok pa rin si walang Doubtless. Getting a 2-piece para sa pag-push niya all the way from A long. A reward from the Reyna. But that over-rotation from Incognito might cost them despite the numbers disadvantage. Papasok si Zen. Nakita ang Sova. Pinasukan agad ang Russian Sova natin habang si Cheesecake ang mismong kukuha ng refrag. This is a beautiful round so far for both teams. Kaso, the numbers disadvantage does not mean anything. Zol Esports have themselves a crossfire. Haven't cleared every single corner. Kev's back on backside. A double out from the Zol Esports sky. And it's all left towards the Astra. And what can Micro do? The IGL is holding his nerve. Even has that one bit of that Nova Pulse. He's running back on towards Garage with his tail between his legs. This is the beautiful play out from the IGL. He doesn't want to take the fight, and he pulls him back outside of the spike. Beautiful from Zol Esports. He didn't need to risk himself para makuha nila ang objective.
Di lang, para micro movement of falling but a macro effect that made them win the round. That is actually a good play here from Micro. Everything just boiled down into that one situation na nakita natin. It's really interesting for us to see kung paano nila impact yung kanilang team just because of that. Like what Ramon has been able to say kanina, it's not because of the numbers, but it's because of how they've been able to position themselves pristinely, and of course how they address every single situation with, of course, focus and decisiveness.
Yeah, I mean, hindi kasi minsan barilan lang yung puhunan dito. Sometimes you just have to use your brains.
The
You
mind
have,
games.
you know, your positioning, diba? It's not about the utility. It's just about how you position yourself in every single situation and how you react to it as well. Alam nilang may disadvantage sila. Kaya they're playing off of the misinformation given to them by the enemy team. A 1-for-1 trade after a beautiful shot over, but Zind from the back gets a double. Might convert to a third. He has nowhere to run and nowhere to hide. Zind has been taking over this Haven map. The king of Zol has shut down every inhibitor from Incognito as he's dashing into the site. He's finding God's Eye. Patman will steal the frag, but only enough para makuha ang 7th round para sa Zol Esports.
Incognito is in shambles during that round. Like, they didn't even know that someone already entered dito sa A main natin. Like, there are literally 2 na namatay na dito from the side of Incognito, but Cheesecake is quite... he's quite lost kung meron na ba talagang nag-commit dito sa A site natin. But yeah, it's just really... he's just playing Candy Crush on his smartwatch. What? But anyways, we saw rin kung paano naging poisonous si Zindon. Like, overall, he just rummaged through the rest of the members there at the A site, and they are still doing the same thing, but this time it is still Kevzi and, of course, I mean, the rest of the team just taking charge. But our B site is already clear, but they're still waiting if Cheesecake will be able to be put down by them, and they are already putting the spike down. And there's already a couple of casualties dito. The end of Incognito, never mind. Every single one is just having their death wish. They're walking into death itself.
Don't worry. Don't think it.
Yeah, Death Trap into the mix. Zol Esports, at this point in time, they're not even needing to default para malaman kung saan ang kalaban. Hinahanap nila mismo. Sa bawat sektor ng B-side kanina, Kakarot is not the entry, but he is playing like one. Just using Zind as some sort of distraction para makakuha sila ng space, para mahanap nila yung A-link player. Para hindi sila makakapag-retake all around. They even had to split onto Garage, so a lot of map control, saturated all by Zol Esports, peppered in para makakuha sila ng defense dito. Cheesecake spotted after makapag-cross tong si Kakarot. Does he actually know where the Brimstone is? As he is focused all towards that short position. Knowing na nandun si Cheesecake, Kakarot can smell you. The Super Saiyan has been activated. God's Eye wrapping around dito sa default, trying to find the spray, but Kevzi will shut him down. An early lead versus 5.
This is already quite a desperate measure because every single one here, despite of trying to go for a defense or sana in hopes of repelling. Nako, nag-360 pa yung aso. Oh my, what's just happening here? But yun nga, even if they try to repel Zol Esports, they haven't been able to do so. And instead is na mamatay lang sila 1 by 1 here, and they cannot fight back. But now, si Jules na lang naiwan dito. Yung Shorty dito matama. Talon-talon lang dito. Si Micro. But Zin will be able to shut him off. And yes, this gives us the last round of this half.
Nakakagat labi lang si Kebs.
Tama yun?
He's licking his lips. He's not even hesitating any longer. Talagang hinahayaan niyang pumasok ang kanyang teammates sa city spawn.
Grabe yung confidence ni Zone Esports ngayon. They know that Incognito is being so reactive. Kaya ang last lang ginagawa, hindi ituloy kung ano yung ginagawa niya. Like, you know, whatever works, then do it again.
Ay, imagine mo, si Elmer Coloma, Micro, dapat hindi siya nagiging gandong konsentidor.
Buong pangalan na.
Oo, diba? Exactly. Talagang kailangan, usually, kapag IGL ka, na mas nakakatanda sa iba pang mga teammates, mas sabihan mo sa kanila na tama na yan, wag ka mag-overpush, wag ka mag-overheat. Siya yung nagsasabi na mag-push ka. Kaya
yung
ganito
promotor.
sa lahat ng ganitong Zol Esports moves. And nobody is punishing them left and right. A double kill from Batman. They got themselves a lockdown over at B. Is making sure that Incognito have no say in anything that they have pushed on, especially now that they pushed them to their limit.
Grabe, no? Sobrang encourage nila yung prowess na ginagawa nila dito. Especially here, Kakarot, what he is doing is just casually going behind their enemies and just killing them. Diba?
Yeah, he's taking a stroll.
He's
Talaga.
just taking a stroll. Parang ginagawa lang nilang ano dito, you know? Parang ginagawa lang nilang Baywalk, Luneta. Itong Haven natin, except that it is on a different area. And we are seeing din kasi kung gaano ka-potent yung mga ginagawa nilang mga picks here and as well as of how they are smart. They are in terms of where they should be going in order to get an advantage dito for Incognito. And now, it is going to be the second half. And I wonder if it is going to be the other way around. Like, kahit ba na defenders, itong Zol Esports, sila ba yung mag-aggress? Sila ba yung magpupush? And Incognito will just be stuck in their spawn? We're not sure.
Second half na pala.
Second half na, ganun kabilis.
Why? Oh,
Yes.
oh, okay. 2-10 na tayo mga kaibigan. Zol
Yes.
Esports. He's starting off hot dito. Zin pushing in with a one-tap. Counter strafing, finding Jules. See you later. Sabi niya sa Sova as Kakarot will get a lineup kill nga naman all the way to garage. What is happening to Incognito? Dismantled by Zol Esports, just running around, finding their prey. The Predator will strike as Zin. He doesn't care about the trip war. He's just hunting them down. A double for the Jet, and Kakarot will secure the hat trick. 2-11 para sa Zol Esports. My goodness, if this was a domination, then I don't know what is.
I like how inabot pa ng tatlong bala yung trip war, pero at the same time, walang pakialam si Zin.
Diba?
Dire-diretso lang siya kahit na na-caught na siya dun sa trip war na yun. And anyways, like what we have been able to anticipate kanina, they're just pushing over. And these guys from Zol Esports, it seems like nothing is gonna stop them.
Alam mo, ito na lang pag-usapan natin. What do you think of Bleed Yay?
What?
Bleed Yay.
Oh, why not?
Alright?
Why not? I mean, the demon is back, so I wonder who's gonna be not in favor? You know, like...
Everybody from Pacific.
Are you sure? But I don't know. I mean, it's gonna be good kasi, you know what, it's gonna be an additional. Parang ano yung pagdating sa patches natin, new feature is gonna be updated, new implementation. But what's gonna be implemented here is that walang the place would be a minus already, and we know how difficult it is to execute without your duelist.
Your own bullet without a flash, without any sort of entry. Walang makakapag-bait sa iyo kung gusto mo pumasok sa site. Kaya ngayon, talagang tamang reset lamang ang Incognito. Hinahayaan na lang na gumawa ng kahit ano. Itong si Asmodeus trying to hold his nerve doon sa ating cubby. Zin pushing, stinger in hand. He gets a double, dashes back into garage. Tries to dodge away from Cheesecake's Marshall as he gets another tap. And look at how low the breach is doon sa ating cubby pa lang. Long range from the stinger. And they have just found another one. Zol Esports is absolute. A flawless victory. At tamang sayo lamang ang sticker ng Omen para ma-secure ang kanilang match point.
Tuwa ako dun sa Omen sticker na yun. But yes, it is going to be the match point here. Yung kasama ko, ginagaya yung Omen sticker. Sayang hindi na nakikita. But all I want to point out is that merong mga instances wherein Incognito should have been actually be looking of where is the vulnerable side nung kanilang kakampi is. But hindi nila yung nagagawa. And minsan nakatago lang sila. I feel like that is already the effect of what Zol Esports has been offering to them kanina pa. Just like what we're seeing here. Micro. Just a few taps. He's been able to secure a couple of members here for the side of Incognito. And dire-diretso pa rin sila. But we have these members here trying to retaliate just in case that anyone decides to push towards them. But I think that's not the case. Rico going to take into infect here dito kay Zen. May hirapan siya, but Michael is just gonna be there in order to end it all by himself. There are just 2 more members here from the side of Incognito. Pero mukhang ibibigay pa ata yung ace dito. Si Kakarot nasa isang tulak. Binigay nga yung ace dito kay Micro. And that is going to be a swift, fast, and easy end for our first match.
Binisik lamang ng Zol Esports ang
Grabe!
incognito. I-speedrun para sa ating semifinals matchup. And what a way to set the mark dito pa lang sa qualifiers natin, mga kaibigan. A perfect first impression for Zol Esports. At the end of the day, they have shown what they are capable of, and my goodness, it is very much
Wow.
worthy of a competitor. Talagang wow nga naman.
Yeah.
Yun yung factor na hinahanap natin. This is what I like to see. Perfect synergy from all across the board, as well as aggression, not lost at all from their own respective talents. Ay talagang Zind all throughout has been really good on the jet, but if you complement that with the calls from Micro and yung support na binibigay agad ng kanyang support staff, ay talaga namang sinong hindi papasok ng ganong kabilis lamang, di ba?
And I really like nga na, you know what, sige, parang literal na, kahit anong gawin mo, sige, hayaan lang nila. And every single one is ganun sila sa isa't isa. Just do whatever you wanna do, basta nakasuporta kami.
Yeah.
Parang, basically, that's the gist of what we have seen from Zol Esports so far. And that is the reason why they're so confident, why they're so fast in their executions, and why they're so decisive. Because, yun nga, there's no room for hesitation. Kasi alam naman nila sa sarili nila na, yes, may kasama ako, I've got this homie alongside me, supporting me, and there's nothing gonna be worthy na maging thoughtful of.
Yeah, I mean, you know, maybe not the end of Incognito. Kasi even though matalo sila dito sa qualifiers natin, mali may makita natin sa susunod na qualifiers
Yeah.
dito. Just a reminder para sa mga viewers natin, if gusto nyo sumali sa Predator League, ay open pa ang ating mga online qualifiers. So, punta lang kayo sa Predator Gaming Facebook page para makakuha kayo ng updates ng kahit ano pang registration links para malaman nyo kung paano kayo makaka-top up against the best of the best Philippines has to offer. Pabalik ang Predator League 2023. Ako pala si Ramon, kasama ko si Mochi, and we'll be right back with the second semifinals match of the fourth qualifier.
Stay down.
Last player standing. Last player standing. One enemy remaining. 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 One enemy remaining.
They're all dead?
One enemy remaining. Last player standing.
Down you go.
Night night. Your fault. My ult's ready.
One enemy remaining. Last player standing. One enemy remaining. You should run. One enemy remaining. One enemy remaining. Spike down. C. One enemy remaining. One enemy remaining. Flawless. Defenders win.
RTX 4090. It is the smallest PC that features this GPU. Upgrade your gaming experience with the Predator Orion X.
With the Predator Helios 3D15 Spatial Labs Edition.
The 13th gen Intel Core i9 HX processor, NVIDIA GeForce RTX 4080 GPU, and our custom-engineered Aeroblade cooling, alongside liquid metal over the CPU.
Delivering intuitive interaction and immersive sensation through technologies like advanced sensory solutions, optical display, and the latest real-time rendering technologies.
With the Helios Neo 16. 13th gen Intel Core processor? Check. GeForce RTX 40 series graphics? Of course. As for cooling, the Helios Neo includes Predator's custom-engineered cooling solutions listed here, with our unique Aeroblade fans and liquid metal thermal grease. Predator Triton 17X laptop. This powerhouse features a GeForce RTX 4090 with a max TGP of 175 watts. The Acer Nitro XC452 CUV at 44.5 inches with a 32:9 ultra-wide aspect ratio and 1500R curvature. Predator Orion X. The Intel Core i9 13900KS Special Edition processor boasts 24 cores, a flagship NVIDIA GeForce RTX 4090. It is the smallest PC that features this GPU. Upgrade your gaming experience with the Predator Orion X.
Predator Helios 3D15 Spatial Labs Edition.
The 13th gen Intel Core i9 HX processor, NVIDIA GeForce RTX 4080 GPU, and our custom-engineered Aeroblade cooling, alongside liquid metal over the CPU.
Delivering intuitive interaction and immersive sensation through technologies like advanced sensory solutions, optical display, and the latest real-time rendering technologies.
With the Helios Neo 16. 13th gen Intel Core processor? Check. GeForce RTX 40 series graphics? Of course. As for cooling, the Helios Neo includes Predator's custom-engineered cooling solutions listed here, with our unique Aeroblade fans and liquid metal thermal grease. Predator Triton 17X laptop. This powerhouse features a GeForce RTX 4090 with a max TGP of 175 watts, the Acer Nitro XC452 CUV at 44.5 inches with a 32:9 ultra-wide aspect ratio and 1500R curvature. Predator Orion X. The Intel Core i9 13900KS Special Edition processor boasts 24 cores, a flagship NVIDIA GeForce RTX 4090. It is the smallest PC that features this GPU. Upgrade your gaming experience with the Predator Orion X.
with the Predator Helios 3D15 Spatial Labs Edition.
The 13th gen Intel Core i9 HX processor, NVIDIA GeForce RTX 4080 GPU, and our custom-engineered Aeroblade cooling, alongside liquid metal over the CPU.
Delivering intuitive interaction and immersive sensation through technologies like advanced sensory solutions, optical display, and the latest real-time rendering technologies.
With the Helios Neo 16. 13th gen Intel Core processor? Check. GeForce RTX 40 series graphics? Of course. As for cooling, the Helios Neo includes Predator's custom-engineered cooling solutions listed here, with our unique Aeroblade fans and liquid metal thermal grease. Predator Triton 17X laptop. This powerhouse features a GeForce RTX 4090 with a max TGP of 175 watts. The Acer Nitro XC452 CUV at 44.5 inches with a 32:9 ultra-wide aspect ratio and 1500R curvature. Predator Orion X. The Intel Core i9 13900KS Special Edition processor boasts 24 cores, a flagship NVIDIA GeForce RTX 4090. It is the smallest PC that features this GPU. Upgrade your gaming experience with the Predator Orion X.
With the Predator Helios 3D50.
Stretch your legs and your arms, pull out your best keyboard and mouse as we are heading back into the game of Valorant. Welcome mga kaibigan dito sa Premier League 2023. Ako nga pala si Ramon, kasama ko si Mochi para sa pang-apat nating qualifier dito sa TNC Dasmariñas. We had our first taste of this semifinals bracket. We've had Zol Esports move on to the grand finals. However, they are waiting for one more contender, and that is the conclusion after this semifinals matchup.
Yes, of course. And from what we're seeing here is, ang magiging laban natin is Game Lab Alpha and Plug and Play. Kung kanina nakita natin kung gano'n naging kabilis yung laban dyan Zol Esports and as well as Incognito, ending with a 13-3. Am I correct?
13-2.
13-2, well, definitely we're about to see if there will be the same drill or mas pahihirapan ba ng Plug and Play ang Game Lab Alpha or maging baliktad, di ba? Or there is a possibility that Plug and Play will be able to dominate them instead. We'll never know, but yes, you just put all your your bets on the table.
Yeah, bets on the table.
Yeah.
Yung food on the table.
Yeah,
mo.
ilapag
yung
nyo na
kung
dito.
ano yung gusto mong ilabas na bets dito.
Anong
diba?
meron dito? Anong lalapag mo? Doon ka ba kay Game Lab Alpha or doon kayo sa Underdogs?
O magpa-plug and play ba tayo, di ba? O makakashare yung gusto mong supportahan dito sa ating magiging semifinals matchup, you know? Kasi waiting for lobby lang naman tayo before we get into anything else. So for Game Lab Alpha, the expectations have been set. You know? Siguro like mga 8 months ago, right? We wouldn't know Game Lab Alpha at all, but they've made their splash. They made consistent top 4, top 5 sa BCT, or at least sa Challengers League nga naman. And this is where they have made their presence known in the local scene. And now, at this moment in time, they are not known as the underdogs anymore. They are now marked as one of the best teams that we have in the Philippines, as a very young squad, hungry for blood, hungry for more achievements to achieve dito sa local scene natin. While on the other hand, Plug and Play, well, you know, as the name goes, it's one of their first times na nakita natin sila na maglaro on the competitive scene. So we'll never know. Maybe this will be an upset, or maybe Game Lab Alpha will just, you know, say it's Wednesday in the office lang dito.
Another, of course, yung hunger nila for achievements and dapat hindi mawala dyan yung kanilang hunger for growth. Because if ever man na yung mga players natin, yung mga teams natin ngayon na hindi makakapasa for this qualifiers, well, meron naman silang mga chance para mag-register muli sa ating mga future qualifiers kung saan ang balita ko is gaganapin ng Saturdays and Sundays natin of October, specifically from October 7, 8, 14, and 15.
Alam mo yung best part about that is magkakatabi lang yung dalawang dates ng yung 7 at yung 8 tsaka yung 14 at tsaka yung 15. So, you know, if on day 1 hindi kayo mananalo, okay lang, mag-register kayo ulit. Makakasali kayo ulit. Kinabukasan, 'di ba? If ever na manalo kayo dun sa top 8 natin.
Papalag sila agad no.
Yeah.
Wala man lang silang download.
Isang tulog lang tapos okay.
Oo, like wala man lang silang mappings, wala man silang bod review, diretso na kaagad sa palag.
Yeah, exactly. Wala nang mappings, wala nang kahit ano pa. Diretso na tayo sa laban
Kaya na
natin.
yan.
Mga kaibigan, katulad ng magiging laban natin right now with Game Lab Alpha versus Plug and Play. We have already seen the expectations that we've had. They have been well known about Zol Esports right now, and syempre, they have the advantage of knowing kung ano yung magiging playstyle ng parehong teams natin heading into this semifinals matchup right now. Let's put a little bit of a magnifying glass dito sa Game Lab Alpha, diba? They have the same lineup that they've had nung split 2 ng Valorant Champions or Valorant Challengers League. And they have a very interesting thing about them. They're one of the few teams sa VCL na nagda-double duelist comp dito. So usually, it would be Boogie who would be challenging using either the Jet or the Reyna, or si FallX yung magja-Jet o kaya magre-Reyna. It's either one of the two. We don't usually see them play the Raze, so which is very interesting. Makikita kaya natin sila gawin ito ngayon? Have they shown their growth in the local scene, or are they gonna stick to their own cause, diba?
And that is also really interesting kasi we know that the double duelist composition has been traced all the way back dun sa start pa lang yung Valorant. Like yung mga moments na pagka nakikita mo sa taas ng countdown natin, yung mga pictures nila doon is like somewhat naka-ano pa, like yung model nila is somewhat scuffed pa,
Yeah.
hindi pa ganun ka-smooth yung itsura like we have right now. So yeah, that stems all the way back in kanilang playstyle. So this is going to be really interesting
Yeah.
kasi we will be able to see kung sino dito yung mga players na to na talagang umpisang-umpisa pa lang naglalaro na ng Valorant talaga.
Yeah, I mean, coming back to those scuffed, like, yung itsura ng mga agents dun sa taas ng screen natin. What about yung mga nagpalit na pictures, diba? Remember Gecko before,
Oh, yeah.
before napalit? Remember when Fade got her picture, like, changed? I miss that. I miss Fade's old picture, no? Yung
Actually,
nakatingin lang siya sa screen, nang nakaganon lang, nakadiretso lang. Hindi siya yung naka-side view.
hindi siya parang naka-ear, you tonight will be the night. Diba ganun? Kasi ganun yung hair niya, like literal na nakaharang sa isang
Emo is
mata
not
niya.
dead.
Yeah, like tonight will be the night that I will fall for you.
Hindi ko alam na, May emo days ka pala. Well,
Hindi, parang ganun lang yung vibe.
Old habits
Oo, yeah.
will not die hard. Anyways, naka-sidetrack na ulit tayo. We're heading
Uy,
into the game, mga
kakasabi mo lang ng
kaibigan.
Gecko.
We have talked about it. Na miss ko ang Pearl. We've only seen it once in the first qualifier. Well, now we have it back. Game Lab Alpha versus Plug and Play on the map Pearl. And we talked about the Gecko. Now, he has shown play dito, mga kaibigan. I believe this is one of his first showings, appearances dito sa Predator League.
Yes,
I kind of
sir.
expected that kasi since he actually does not accomplish like a lot of things that a normal initiator would have. He doesn't have the strongest flash. He doesn't have the strongest utility.
And someone to plant.
And pero he has someone to plant at least, diba? So,
Yeah.
you're safe in that regard. It's pretty easy to play with him. It's actually pretty easy to communicate with your team kapag gagamit ka ng kanyang mga utility.
Yeah, and of course, though, the downside naman ng paggamit ng Gecko is that you really have to be in touch or connected with your Gecko. Kasi if not, then there is a high probability that the utilities will not be used at the most of its potential. And sayang naman kung pwede naman makuha or like someone will be able to defend those, diba? Sayang naman kung hindi niya yun magamit or like talagang magagandaan lang ng mga opponents.
Okay, well, back to the team comps we go. It is gonna be a
Phoenix pala.
single Viper lineup para sa parehong mga teams natin. Usually, double controller. Minsan may makita tayong Astra being the single controller. Pero
Arbor, yeah.
this is something that's not out of reach para sa Game Lab Alpha. They usually risk themselves to play in double duelist para yung nag-iisa na ng smoker is the Viper. Owin QT usually plays a style of play na all about focusing on map control, especially on defense. Talagang yung Viper wall niya always in place, always having that purpose para sa team niya. Kaya, hindi ako nagugulat na ganun yung pick nila at hindi din ako nagugulat na double duelist sila since ganun din naman yung laro nila back when they were playing for VCT, diba? For Plug and Play though, now this is something that I will say is feast or famine. Kasi if hindi nag-workout,
Yep.
yung pick ni Joji Santa Maria na Reyna, a very, very interesting name by the way, na kapag hindi siya nakaayos ng laro niya, baka mahihirapan na makapag-catch up ang Reyna na ito. Kailangan confidence ang puhunan, confidence ang utility, at talagang kailangan i-translate ang lahat ng iyon sa teammates mo dito for Plug and Play. Interesting abbreviation nga pala. Baka makasuhan ako ng wala sa oras dito No?
No, like, we can say na parang merong mga if-else conditions tong side ng Plug and Play, no? Like, if meron kayong ganito, ganyan, you have the confidence, you have the prowess, you have the ability to execute as a singular unit, then it would be nice. Else, then sadly, it's not gonna work out for you.
Yeah.
Parang ganun lang ka-straightforward yung team composition ng Plug and Player. On the end of Game Lab, however, I really like their lineup, to be honest, because it just really makes you, as an opponent, required or meron kang prerequisite na dapat mabilis kang mag-react.
Tama.
Because of the fact that they have the blinds here na mabilis talaga wala ilabas dito for the Phoenix and as well as their Sky. And of course, with the capacity na rin ng Seekers natin dito na mag-gundown or rather mag-locate ng kung sino man ang nagbabalak na gumawa or mga has sa kanilang team, diba? So it is going to be really good here on the end of Game Lab Alpha. But yeah, let's see if magagawa na or magkakaroon ng magandang pundasyon itong si Plug and Play para mag-workout ang kanilang team composition.
So, hawak kamay lamang si Paul X at saka si Boogie. Ang dalawang duelist para sa Game Lab Alpha na makapag-push sa isang side lamang ng mapa. All focus all towards A main at saka doon sa art pa lamang. O baka yung double duelist setup na nga lang nila yung A main para makahanap sila ng ult orb, ibigay nila sa Phoenix para sa third round.
Ipunin
Eh,
nila, no?
iipunin para sa
Yeah.
ultimate na pwedeng gamitin agad ng Phoenix ng Game Lab Alpha. Interesting setup agad for Game Lab, but for PNP, all the setup has been for the split push. Kaya kita mo na agad yung positioning ng kanilang Viper. Trying to walk up over from that shot position. Already holding their
Uy.
nerve, already giving themselves some skin. Doon sa loob ng B-main pa lamang, ay huling-huli na agad ang aksyon ng PNP. Pero para sa Game Lab, ay talagang tamang patience play na lang dito. Owen QT back onto the corner just to play Rat para siya ang magiging first contact sa team niya. Para meron ding sasalo ang Killjoy doon sa kabilang side lamang.
And what I find interesting din yung
Double
oras na
flank,
bumaba yung wall natin, no? Pero yun nga, meron double flank na manggagaling dito, pero meron nakaabang, pero hindi yan uubra. And now, instead, they have been able to actually go forward sa kanila mga positioning here. And now, TNP plug and play, medyo confused kung ano yung kanilang gagawin, but they're trying their best to narrow down the numbers here for the side of Game Lab
Last
Alpha.
player
And
standing.
yes, that results us to the last remaining number here. And yep, he is not gonna survive that long.
So to have a really strong flank, right, you'd have to have a really strong front line as well. That kailangan may mag-hold pa rin ng maayos para doon sa loob ng site para mag-workout yung flank nyo. Just so that you could hold them in place. The fact that they're able to use their double duelist comp to take first contact, get the Killjoy, as well as the setup doon sa Viper on the other side of that screen, is well known na masira na agad yung defense nila. Dreach not able to get the flash through. Hindi na agad nasuportahan na itong si Owen QT on the other side of the screen. Just made sure that that flank did not work dividends in the favor of Game Lab Alpha so far. Unfortunate para sa kanilang double flank. Okay na sana yung setup nila. Napatay pa nga ata nila si Karumi before you could even find the flank timing here. But nevertheless, it is that really good setup for PNP that made it known that they are the team to play dito pa lang sa Pearl map natin. I do wonder if this will hold up. Kasi I'm sure that Game Lab Alpha has played multiple times like this before. But in VCL, yung playstyle pa lang nila has always been about them growing through time. Hindi sila mainit at the very first stages of the round, pero habang natagal at habang binibigyan mo sila ng oras uminit, ay mahihirapan kayong matagalan dito kapag Game Lab ang kalaban mo.
Parang may level up silang tactic, no?
Oo.
Like, for example, habang chillings pa lang tayo, pistol pa lang, isi-isihan lang natin. Pero oras na umabot na tayo ng match point, abay, tignan natin kung makakapuntos pa kayo. And at the same time, this is pretty similar to what happened kanina. Kung si Incognito nagkaroon ng mga wins in terms of our pistolnals, then there is also a possibility that Plug and Play really wanted to offer that bonus dito sa mga first few rounds natin. And of course, they really want to capitalize on that. But let us see nga, like what you said, hanggang kailan?
So you're saying the pistol round is useless?
Not exactly, but it is indeed a boost.
Yeah,
Diba?
it is.
Kasi pagka oras na, halimbawa, you want this couple 2 rounds, at least pwede kang mag-laylo or magpahinga ng kahit pa paano. But yeah, at the same time, no one could ever be so kampante.
And you'd always want to take the first move. Naman, diba?
Yes.
Yung gusto mo makuha yung first point nyo agad. Just so that you could boost your confidence a little bit up. Not only yung economy ninyo, pero syempre sa mental, na madali na yung makata-translate sa laro mo, diba? Interesting
Yeah.
that Black will decide na gamitin na lang yung Stinger compared to everybody else who just picked up a better weapon for themselves. It's giving Plug and Play lots of chances to work with dito, lots of guns to work with sa kanilang pag-execute. So Game Lab could have a harder time para makapag-translate sa round na ito. Just a little bit of an update mga kaibigan. Looks like we have a little bit of a tech pause para mas-smoothen ang ating experience sa lahat ng mga pro players natin. A quick little rollback lamang para, just to make sure that this round will be top and tested para sa ating mga teams natin.
And at the same time, guys, what I really wanted to highlight din dito is what is going to be the impact na meron din na magiging dito, mailalapag ang Gecko, no, 4G.
Okay.
Kasi from the past few weeks, wala pa tayong nakikitaan ng mga newer agents natin.
Yeah.
And at the same time is that there is a lot of experimentation between not only the teams na meron tayo dito ngayon, but experimentation with Gecko all around the world kasi they're really thinking it through if there is a possibility to make him or integrate him sa mga usual rosters natin. Specifically here in Pearl, Lotus, and possibly Breeze, pwede siyang magamit. But at the same time, there is a risk, of course, in terms of the utilities na kailangan siyang suportahan ng, ano ba tawag dito? Hands-on?
Yeah.
Hands-on support.
Babysit.
Yes, ayun, babysitting.
Hindi kasi
literal.
pwedeng siya lang yung nag-iisang pupush na site, di ba? With the spike. Eh di kapag nasira agad, di binigyan mo ng spike yung kalaban mo.
Yeah,
Right?
diba?
Yeah. So
Like, sobrang
handle with care.
difficult. Yes.
Handle with care. Fragile ang batang si Wingman. Kumbaga. Kahit anong util niya actually fragile if you think about it.
Yes, true.
Diba?
True. Kaya it's going to be really difficult to make a Gecko work, not unless that you guys are really a well-coordinated team.
Yeah. Or, nag-whiff yung kalaban mo sa lahat ng util. That's one way. That's one way to go about with it, yeah.
What are the odds na mangyari yun, di ba?
Yeah. What are the odds? Definitely. Alright. Well, eto ha. Gusto ko lang tanongin sa'yo, di ba? So kung meron tayong supportive na girlfriends o bebe kapag na pinapanood tayo as a pro player na maglaro. What if sinabi ko sa'yo na meron tayong pro player dito na hindi bebe lang yung supportive sa kanya, kundi yung kanyang nanay na laging present sa lahat ng mga streams niya.
Oh, is that the one that you're talking about kanina? It's Mama May.
Si Tita May.
Yes.
Si Tita May. Sana nandito kayo sa stream ngayon,
Hello,
Tita
P.
May. Welcome kayo sa stream. Anytime, any place habang naglalaro ang ating best duelist ng Game Lab Alpha na si Fall X. Yan ang jet player natin dito.
Nakatago yung name, shy type daw siya.
Oo nga, shy type kasi siya eh. Kasi baka na-anticipate niya na nanonood yung nanay niya. It's just cute. It's really cute.
Yeah.
It's wholesome. I wish my mom would watch me pass sometimes,
Ay, actually, gusto ko rin talaga. Meron ka kanina sabi kanina na yung bebe marunong mag-taekwondo.
Oh, wow. Okay.
Ito ba yun?
Oh, sabi sabi ng
Ni-
Game Lab. I forgot, si Owen Cutie
Si
ata
Owen,
yun eh.
si Owen
Oo.
ata.
So kung magaling si Owen Cutie bumarel sa Valorant, edi yung girlfriend niya magaling mag-set fence.
Yun?
Yun. Black belter.
Pag ibig sabihin, pagka napaaway tong si Owen sa mga laro niya, yung bebe niya na yan. Siya na yung papalag para sa kanya.
Which I'm saying there's nothing wrong with that, Sometimes, it's
Ang
cute.
cute kaya ng mga dynamic na gano'n.
Yeah.
Alam mo yung mga merong chill BF, tapos palaban na GF. Tapos
Parang-
every time na nagkakaroon ng problem,
Yeah.
yung GF yung humaharap, yung lalaki na yung umaawat.
Ang dami ko nakikita
I find
anime
that
na
cute.
ganun.
Di ba,
Oo.
it's like, ano ba yun? Ano ba dynamic yun? I
Alam
don't
mo-
know what it's called. Pero may mga tawag-tawag sila dun eh.
You know that anime about the short girl? Yung may short girl na napalaban pala. Ganun.
Which one? Like with the pigtails?
Naka-pigtails pa yun. Parang long hair siya eh.
Long hair. I don't know.
Yeah,
Ang daing mga long hair girlies.
Oo
Mga
nga eh.
female leads.
Oo nga, naka-long hair ka nga eh. Palaban ka ba?
Depende sa sitwasyon. Depende sa sitwasyon.
Yeah nga eh. Oh well.
Minsan kasi mga away ko pa, wala ka namang makukuha, diba?
That's
Buti
true.
pang value your peace. Wow!
Wow!
Value your inner peace, guys.
Yeah, pag ganyan, alokin mo na lang mag-Valorant. Doon na lang kayo maglabas
1v1.
ng galit. Oo, tama, 1v1.
1v1 LOD.
O kaya kahit sa unrated na lang kayo, tapos mag one-upan kayo. Race sa leaderboard.
Healthy competition.
Tama.
Diba?
Tama.
Yan.
And that's been the thing about Game Lab Alpha, right? I mean, their rise to the top. I mean, I'm not saying the top, more like top 3, top 4, is not without its own challenges, diba? They
see.
have competed against the top-rated players and teams on the Philippines, and they've had a really, really deep rivalry with one of the esports teams that we've had who have participated sa mga qualifiers natin, ang Agtang Bahog Singot, ang dating MVP esports, na sila ang nanalo doon sa ating previous qualifier. So,
Yung,
ito nanalo
alam ko,
ang Game Lab
unang-una
ngayon.
natin yun eh,
Yeah, imagine.
diba?
Yeah, I think it was around like the second qualifier.
Yeah.
Kung saan sila nag-showcase ng laro nila. But I was about to say, like, what if Game Lab wins this qualifier? Tapos mag-meet sila ng MVP Esports sa LAN or sa group stage. Eh di parang opportunity na yon ng Game Lab para karoon ng revenge story.
Yeah, parang ang heavy na nung magiging bearing nung storyline na yun.
Yeah.
If ever na umabot dun sa possibility. Yung number of multiverses na meron tayo dito ngayon, di ba?
Oo, and imagine the dream matchup of Fall X versus Exotic.
Exotic, yes.
Oo. Boogie versus...
Nag-loading yung utak ka. Pero alam na natin yun, na matindi
Yeah.
yung tapatan nila.
Yeah. So I took a second. Loading ako eh. No? Anyways, so, kamusta ka naman?
Yung podcast, naging podcast bigla.
Kaya nga eh. Kamusta ka naman?
Ito, nag-crave ng ramen. Actually, pre, di ka ba napapaisip kung nabibigatan siya sa dala niyang bola?
Ewan ko, ako na magdadala. Kuya, akin na.
Ayun, no, like literal na he is nakaluhod na siya para mabuhat yung, ano ba tawag dun?
Ball.
No, I mean, like,
Akala ko you were talking about what he's holding eh. You know,
Parang
he's holding
ano,
a ball.
di ko alam kung ano, parang, I mean, you know, with the Regionite boxes, you don't know what. Actually, oo nga, what do you wanna, anong masasabi mo about sa upcoming na cinematic ng Valo?
Cinematic ng ball.
They're about to make a movie, di ba?
Like an
Ano ba?
anime.
Is
Like
it
a movie? Is it a movie? Is it an anime? Maybe
Yeah,
it's
I'm
an
not quite
animated
sure.
movie.
Yeah,
Oh,
animated movie.
okay.
Most likely. Pero,
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised kasi Valorant has made these types of, or like Riot
yeah,
as a whole has
right,
made
as a
like
whole.
announcements like this before. Kita mo yung success ng Arcane. What if they make like an Arcane-esque na Valorant movie, right? You know, and what if they expand
So
on that universe? Nakita na nga natin nung League of Legends, like nag-expand na sila ng kanilang universe as a whole. Hindi lang tayo nag-start as 6 nations na lang. Talagang nag-invento pa sila ng kahit ano pa na ibang nations at saka regions on their
It's
own
a whole,
universe.
it's a whole, another Earth.
Yeah,
Kumbaga,
it's
diba?
like another rabbit hole that you
Yeah.
have to get into.
It's very interesting, and I feel like yun din, that's one of the factors that keeps their fans or the Riot fans hooked in. Like definitely how they've been able to build these storylines,
Yeah.
how they make this character as miserable as possible.
Oh my.
I mean,
Parang
it's
anime lang eh.
It's part of the it's part of the reason why you feel connected to them
Tama.
eh. Kasi at some extent you can see yourself na nare-relate ako dito kasi
That's true.
na-ghost ako. Parang ganun.
I think
diba?
kahit something simple lang. Like let's say
Yeah.
if life doesn't go your way multiple times, then there will always be an opportunity
Yeah.
for you to get back up. Tanda mo yung si Jing from PPRX. Where he has made the back-to-back international LAN Grand Finals pero hindi siya nakapanalo. And in his last attempt before he gets military service, hindi niya napanalo. Sakit, diba?
Yeah. But at the same time, it's still a major achievement.
It is.
Like, yeah, they've been able to place like 5, 7, mga previous tournaments. This time it's just like,
back-to-back second place.
Oh yeah, but mga second place nga pala.
Yeah,
At least it's consistent.
At least, right? Yeah.
Diba?
Yeah, at this point, whenever I see a race, ang naiisip ko si Jing na lang eh. Oo. Tapos kapag nakikita ko yung yung Omen, naririnig ko at saka naisip ko si Owen Cutie. De legit yun.
Binaliktad na daw.
De legit yun. Exactly. Yeah. Hindi kasi Owen Cutie kasi has already had like a history of playing controller in the most unique way. He's a very aggressive controller. Para siyang naglalaro ng duelist eh. And whenever he's being overwhelmed in a site, I remember seeing him play this one time sa Haven on C site where he's the defender. He's the only guy trying to hold. And he's trying to do his damnness para i-dodge ang lahat ng skill, ang lahat ng recon, ang lahat ng binabato sa kanya ng team without TPs.
Yeah, actually, that is another innovative way, to use a controller. Like, hindi lang siya pang-block.
Pang-ubos siya.
Pang-ubos din siya.
Oo.
Or rather, try to use it para mas marami kang, I don't know, parang ang daing ways na pwede mo gamitin yung mga
Buhay
utilities
Angkor.
na hindi ba natin siguro naiisip, gano'n.
Buhay
Lalo na-
Angkor.
Similar to what that one player from Navi did with Viper and also a Pearl map, diba? Like,
Getsu ba yun?
yeah, so he gets to, yeah. He used the Viper to actually... Basta,
Kaya mo yan.
Di ko
Pizza.
explain. Basta parang ano siya, literal na ginamit niya na pang damage.
Pizza.
Pizza.
Pizza. Hinati mo kasi. Pizza.
Like, it's just really interesting to see those
Kaya nga
players,
eh.
no?
Yeah. And
Ang
that's
dahil nilang, ang taba ng utak nila.
Ganun.
kumbaga.
And that's like the thing about like that's one of the reasons why I was so excited to cast for Predator League again. Kasi those types of storylines are not exclusive to VCT. It's not exclusive to animes that you've seen all around or movies or shows. Extension lang din siya.
Eternals, yeah.
Pwede din siya dito sa Predator League. We have a bunch of things that we can talk about dito when it comes to storylines as a whole. We can talk about the rivalries that we have set forward. We can talk about like the possible comeback stories that we can etch dito into history for Predator League. Tanda mo yung RRQ versus Team Secret nung semifinals
Oh, that is something
last
we
year.
did not expect.
Yeah,
no?
exactly. Everybody has written them off. Talagang sure na sure sila that Dubstep and Jesse Vash would have their first LAN game again na panalo, championship win when they went up against RRQ. RRQ, however, sila talaga ang nagkaroon ng victory dito. All because Eman has been a top form player, an impact player para sa team nila, and Tuge has been one of, if not the most consistent player.
Sobrang
on their
crucial
team.
talaga nila pagsamayan.
Lagi.
Those moments are like I don't know, it's not the goal, but it's one of the highlights for sure for the team of RRQ.
Kaya nga
Kasi those are the moments na kahit sabihin natin na inabot tayo ng 12 a.m. because yun nga, LAN problems, diba? But at the same time, you can see na all of these players gone home that even if talo sila, they know that they bagged some new experiences. Even nung mga, on the end of the mga nanalo naman is parang walang pagod.
Yeah.
It's just like, you know what? I know I competed for the whole day. Alam mo, ang tagal ng ang dami namin dinanas bago kami makarating dito. But at the same time, it's all worth it. And I feel like I'm not tired at all because gusto mo yung ginagawa mo.
That's true. Yeah, exactly. Kaya, just make sure that you stay tuned in, mga kaibigan, dito sa Predator League kasi hindi lang naman great Valorant ang may expect mo dito, kundi ang mga storylines na pwede nating isulat para sa historia ng Predator League. Not only here in the Philippines, but in APAC as a whole. Mga kaibigan, you're still tuned in dito sa semifinals matchup between Plug and Play versus GameLab Alpha. A little bit of an update. We're in a technical pause wherein every single player ng GameLab Alpha are just trying to reconnect lang dito para mag-ensure na 100% lang ang kanilang magiging gameplay dito sa Pearl map. I believe Boogie had really bad technical issues ka naman. So, hintayin na lang natin siya mag-reconnect and possibly makikita natin yung kanyang one-taps mamaya na he is very much known for.
Actually, yung gusto ko lang din mabanggit meron ka bang mga mga, sabihin na natin na nasa tip-top shape etong mga members natin for the side of Plug and Play. Can you see na meron silang possibility to get an edge?
Well, like,
Try sa GameLab.
I mean, we kind of saw already sort of GameLab-esque na push from them. Kasi ganun talaga yung GameLab Alpha. Hold W lang sila lagi. At yun yung ginawa agad ni Joji Santa Maria as the Reyna for her team. Black being the guy who's always fighting them with a jet. And that is one of the things that I've been very much surprised about, is the fact that you can use yung strategy ng kalaban mo against them, and they could have a lot of time para i-adapt na lang yun sa susunod na mga rounds ulit. Well, we have a little bit of an update, mga kaibigan. We're still working through the technical pauses, but however, we will be back with a very, very short break lamang para ma-ensure that everything is in tip-top shape. Ako pala si Ramon, kasama ko si Mochi, and we'll be right back with the semifinals matchup dito sa Predator League.
With the Predator Helios 3D15 Spatial Labs Edition.
The 13th gen Intel Core i9 HX processor, NVIDIA GeForce RTX 4080 GPU, and our custom-engineered Aeroblade cooling, alongside liquid metal over the CPU.
Delivering intuitive interaction and immersive sensation through technologies like advanced sensory solutions, optical display, and the latest real-time rendering technologies.
With the Helios Neo 16. 13th gen Intel Core processor? Check. GeForce RTX 40 series graphics? Of course. As for cooling, the Helios Neo includes Predator's custom-engineered cooling solutions listed here, with our unique Aeroblade fans and liquid metal thermal grease. Predator Triton 17X laptop. This powerhouse features a GeForce RTX 4090 with a max TGP of 175 watts, the Acer Nitro XC452 CUV at 44.5 inches with a 32:9 ultra-wide aspect ratio and 1500R curvature. Predator Orion X. The Intel Core i9 13900KS Special Edition processor boasts 24 cores, a flagship NVIDIA GeForce RTX 4090. It is the smallest PC that features this GPU. Upgrade your gaming experience with the Predator Orion X.
with the Predator Helios 3D15 Spatial Labs Edition.
The 13th gen Intel Core i9 HX processor, NVIDIA GeForce RTX 4080 GPU, and our custom-engineered Aeroblade cooling, alongside liquid metal over the CPU.
Delivering intuitive interaction and immersive sensation through technologies like advanced sensory solutions, optical display, and the latest real-time rendering technologies.
With the Helios Neo 16. 13th gen Intel Core processor? Check. GeForce RTX 40 series graphics? Of course. As for cooling, the Helios Neo includes Predator's custom-engineered cooling solutions listed here, with our unique Aeroblade fans and liquid metal thermal grease. Predator Triton 17X laptop. This powerhouse features a GeForce RTX 4090 with a max TGP of 175 watts, the Acer Nitro XC452 CUV at 44.5 inches with a 32:9 ultra-wide aspect ratio and 1500R curvature. Predator Orion X. The Intel Core i9 13900KS Special Edition processor boasts 24 cores, a flagship NVIDIA GeForce RTX 4090. It is the smallest PC that features this GPU. Upgrade your gaming experience with the Predator Orion X.
With the Predator Helios 3D15 Spatial Labs Edition.
The 13th gen Intel Core i9 HX processor, NVIDIA GeForce RTX 4080 GPU, and our custom-engineered Aeroblade cooling, alongside liquid metal over the CPU.
Delivering intuitive interaction and immersive sensation through technologies like advanced sensory solutions, optical display, and the latest real-time rendering technologies.
With the Helios Neo 16. 13th gen Intel Core processor? Check. GeForce RTX 40 series graphics? Of course. As for cooling, the Helios Neo includes Predator's custom-engineered cooling solutions listed here, with our unique Aeroblade fans and liquid metal thermal grease. Predator Triton 17X laptop. This powerhouse features a GeForce RTX 4090 with a max TGP of 175 watts, the Acer Nitro XC452 CUV at 44.5 inches with a 32:9 ultra-wide aspect ratio and 1500R curvature. Predator Orion X. The Intel Core i9 13900KS Special Edition processor boasts 24 cores, a flagship NVIDIA GeForce RTX 4090. It is the smallest PC that features this GPU. Upgrade your gaming experience with the Predator Orion X.
Ready na ba ang hapunan? Dahil nandito na ang inyong pakanoorin, ang Predator League 2023 back online and back on your screens. Ako pala si Ramon, kasama ko si Mochi, at talaga na namang it has been a long time coming, but finally we are back in the game. We are very sorry for any inconveniences dahil dito sa technical pause natin, pero we have been reported na mukhang okay na ang ating mga players dito.
And mukha namang dediretso na ata tayo sa labanan natin dito, no? Game Lab Alpha and Plug and Play. Kung kanina, we have seen that Plug and Play has been able to get some sort of advantage kontra kay Game Lab Alpha for our pistol rounds. Well, I wonder if there will be a different turn of this current time, lalong-lalo na tulad ng sabi mo, grabe. Maging yung aggression ng Game Lab Alpha, yung Alpha dapat aggression na lang ilagay.
Oo nga, Game Lab aggression na dapat. Kaso hindi siya as hindi siya as catchy as Game Lab Alpha. 'Di ba?
Alpha na lang.
Pero imagine mo nga naman kung tinuloy nga nila yung Game Lab or yung Game Lab aggression yung pangalan. Hindi gilag yung tawag natin sa, hindi gilab or glab or glab. Basta.
Gag lang. Game Lab Aggression. GAG.
Hindi, kung Game Lab Aggression, hindi Game Lab pa rin. Gilab. Tapos may ag.
Gilabag?
Gilabag.
Wag na.
Wag
Mas
na?
maganda na pala yan.
Okay na pala kami dun. Yeah, ano ba yung nawala sa ating previous round kanina? So it was a botched attempt of the crossfire from Game Lab Alpha. It was Owen QT who played the screens push. However, for PNP, the change of pace this time around from their pistol. They now split up all the resources from both sides of the map. Low na agad ang Gecko na sinabi na natasanan na siya yung safe initiator na pwedeng ilabas yung spike on B. But now he has to play safe himself. Kailangan lumabas agad ang PNP dahil naglabas na ng presence ang Game Lab sa loob ng B site, kaya nag-rotate na agad sila lahat.
And we are gonna see if there will be anyone who's gonna be welcoming them here at our A site, and most likely that will be their Phoenix na alam naman natin kung gaano ka-potent once na magbato ng blind yan, that may most likely result into a kill and an advantage for the side of Game Lab Alpha. But
Nasa
let's
loob
see
ng Arc.
kung gano'n nga mangyayari yun.
Sa loob ng art agad si Karumi, kaso na-shutdown siya agad ni Dreach. So that one lurker has been shut down. Game Lab Alpha have
seconds
all
left.
their hands on deck. Doon sa pagdepensa on mid. Maybe spot yung array na nasa loob ng mid. They're all focused on A site as All X takes the
One
pick for
enemy
himself. The
remaining.
duelists have made so much work dito on TNP that they're not able to plug nor play their 5-man push. It is another flawless victory for Game Lab. They have shown that they are the standard dito so far sa laban natin. Unfortunate for plug and play, especially after a really brutal B main rush from that previous technical pause. That would have been a really good solid push para sa kanila and a really good starter sana sa map nila.
Those are a series of very slow pushes here na nanggaling from the side of plug and play. And yes, of course, that did not ended well because alam naman natin, they should be built into a really powerful execution. Lalo-lalo na they have the jet in the arena naman. But let's see if there will be something that's gonna be changed. Lalo-lalo na pas umabot na sila sa buy round. But for now, they had to suffer the consequences of that lose na meron sila from the background.
All X at saka Boogie. The duo
Spike
has
down,
pushed their
attacker
buttons
spawn.
in towards that A lobby position. However,
One enemy remaining.
the fall of Fall X does not really account for anything since buhay pa rin naman ang ating ibang mga anchors for Game Lab. It is the one tap from Joji Santa Maria. Does make the difference, but how much can it make? It doesn't make a dent in any sort of pockets for Game Lab Alpha. As they got another kill dito, another round papunta dito sa laban on plug and play. Now this is where all the marbles have to be played dito. Kasi ngayon may guns na agad ang attacking side natin for plug and play. Ngayon na magkakaroon ng effect ang kanilang double duelist up. At ngayon malalaman kung isa-set nila yung tempo sa gusto nila compared to how they were on the past 2 rounds. Are they gonna play fast? Are they gonna play as aggressive as they should be? That their comp dictates it.
Yeah, but also we should take into account din na Game Lab can use yung existing na mga guns nila ngayon to actually shut them down. And there might be a possibility na... Oy!
Oh!
Wait, what?
Was that a bug?
I don't know.
He was lining up for that opening doon sa loob
Nauntog
ng
no?
corner eh. Yeah.
Yeah. Nakita ko rin yun. It's like, oh, do they have to pause? Or would they not do that na lang?
Oh, I guess we're just gonna go back to the reset. B main again being the focus. That's unfortunate kasi that would have been a really good orb para doon sa opening on the connector. Then that would have been a really nice push for the Killjoy mamaya if he is gonna call for a smoke. But since
True.
nag-botch yun, wala siyang smoke at wala siyang suporta. However, for the B main rush, that works out in favor of Game Lab Alpha. Blank caught off guard by Owen Cutie. Also gets a double spray down using the Viper smokes just so that he can focus on everybody on PNP. Shut down out from the rifles. Plug and Play have lost everything. They have fallen apart and they have not
Free
given
guns.
anything.
They've got free guns too. Yan ang sinasabi natin once na masabi pa rin natin mas maganda yung nagiging execution dito ni Game Lab for kanilang defense. And yes, that just means that they've been able to get their guns. And of course, they would be able to carry that for our next rounds. Na nating malay mo, matagal yung lifeline ng mga barrel na meron sila ngayon. Eh, mahihirapan nga lang din si Plug and Play dito just in case na hindi nila mabawi yun this round.
Sayang nga lang kasi dapat if you play like a full buy para sa team nyo. I said full 3 times pero dapat sama-sama kayong mag-rush, diba? That means that you would lose the chance of getting isolated by a pick. You would lose the chance of giving one of the guns away to the team.
Yeah.
Pero naging slow sila sa pag-approach on B main. They already made noise while making their approach and they're doing it again right now, which is, I believe, the right move this time at point. As in 5 guns will definitely make the difference against one holding rifle. Pinasok na agad si Wingman doon sa loob ng B main. Habang si Blank nasa loob na agad ng hold position. But Fall X and Boogie have made their noise sa loob ng B site itself. PNP have no choice but to give up the spike plant. And Game Lab Alpha will just conquer the world with a 4K for Fall X. Tita May, shout out sa'yo. Yung baby boy mo ay nakakuha na agad ng flawless.
Grabe, no? Tatlo agad in that current round. But it is just really unfortunate dito for the side of plug and play. I mean, maganda na sana yung pagpasok nila dito. It's just that they don't got enough resources for them to work with. And that really ended badly on their end, which resulted to another 4-0. No, hindi pa sila nakakasagot dito at the current time. And not only that, meron din tayong ultimates na existing dito for Boogie na pwede na magamit just in case that you really want to extend or push them back further. But on the right side, meron tayong couple of ultimates available here, which is the Empress and as well as the Flash.
Perfect. Ayan ang hinahanap kong orb.
Yan yung kanina pa nila sinusubukan.
Yeah, and it's just trying for them to try to cut off yung long angle from that P link extremity. Kaso, may konting gap na makikita yung Jet kung magpupush nga sila doon. And I don't know if they realize that, but that is one thing to consider if they do push yung mid-link position. However, it is on Art. It is another out from Owen Cutie. On the wall bang, Joji Santa Maria has been muted out of this round as Blank will get the 1-for-1 trade. The Sentinel, or the controller that's acting like a Sentinel, has been down for the count. 4 versus 4, and they quickly will try to reset for the retake.
Yun na nga. Ayun nga lang nga, meron na rin napupas dito, or rather, hindi na nagkaroon ng usage yung ultimate dito ni Boogie. And on the bright side though, Game Lab Alpha has been able to secure all of the members here for the side of Plug and Play. Ganun lang kabilis. Every single one's been able to get their share of the cake, and they will be able to secure this round as well.
To be fair, they made it as close as they possibly could, right? Kasi they got the art rotation, they tried to cut off yung pag-iikot nila dun sa flower from that secret push, but this is just plain BS from Owen QT. I mean, it's just not unfair, you know?
Yeah.
Na hindi mo nakikita yung kalaban mo, but you're able to use movement and get away from danger just by being on backside. It is good that he was traded off by one of the players on a PNP, Plug and Play. Have to make sure that they can get themselves yung kanilang first round on the board. That first confidence booster is, well, in fact, the best thing that they can hope for right now, because they're not doing so well against Game Lab Alpha right now. They need something to activate.
Actually, it's just really unfortunate here for the side of Plug and Play na they might be, or there is a possibility that they're already stuck in a cycle of just buying and saving.
Yeah.
Sana hindi naman ganun yung mangyari, but from what we're seeing here right now, talagang nag-iingat sila. They really want to make this buy that they currently have worth it, and they're not taking any chances here because kung sakali man na mangyari yon, oh my, it's going to be a big problem for them. But on the other hand, we are seeing Owen just really anchoring the A side for any possible member that's gonna go and peek here. Nila pagana ng snake bite, and as well as the fact na napilitan siyang umatras dito, but that just means na kumpleto silang magre-retake at mamatcha dito sa oras na mag-retake.
He is spotting out agad tong si Jet, pero Blank holding the same angle, already finding out where the anchor is, and he has to fight Fall X, pushing back on the secret position, finding the headshot to Joji Santa Maria, makes it a 3 versus 2 retake that Game Lab Alpha have been looking for. Low na agad, muntikan up from the Phoenix as Azriel, the only guy that can do it, and makes it a 1 versus 2. Aeonix sticking the bomb! Sticking the bomb! After the clutch, the Aeonix 1v2! They have won it through frags, but not against the objective.
Wow! Ang tindi nun! Grabe yung clutch ni Aeonix doon. I really didn't expect that to happen.
Bros don't fake!
At the best time possible din, bumaba yung wall ni Phoenix. That's just so perfect timing. I mean, it's still, tulad na sabi natin, it's not just about luck, the skills, but it's also about the luck and the timing that plays crucial role every time you play a game of Valorant. But that is such
Out of my way.
something that is dapat ma-upload sa Predator Gaming page natin as a highlight. That's just really crazy. But what is about to go down here, we are not gonna know about it yet because we're just waiting for any potential executes na magagaling dito for Plug and Play as of the moment. But with the previous things na nangyayari sa kanila or circumstances na hindi nila ina-expect, they are on the slow drive. And there might also be a possibility of reactivity or hesitation. Let's just see. Pero nga, tumama na yung placer dito kay Dritch. And mukhang nadadagdagan pa yung mga casualties dito from the side of Game Lab Alpha. This is their opportunity to go for a rest back. Pero hindi ata yung nakayaan ni Boogie yun. Tamang heal lang siya dito, tamang blind lang. Pero puro batuhan lang sila yung utilities at the current time. They've been able to put the spike down, but we are about to see if Game Lab Alpha would still have the chance to go and opt for a retake here, lalong-lalo na that there is already a slim chance for them to take this over once again. But this is now a 2v3. We're waiting for them to go for the counters, trying to opt for any weapons na na-stuck sila dito sa ating top. Oh no, this is going to struggle. And yes, Plug and Play will be able to win that one regardless.
Jet was the hero of the fight here. They were all stuck doon sa ating secret. They were held up after patayin tong sa Aeonix. That triple peak worked out. Pero in the long term, that would have cost them since talagang stuck na stuck sila doon sa secret. They risk themselves on getting lined up if they do double peak against Boogie kapag nag-push sila. But Jay was at the right place at the right time, trying to hold back for the backstab, doing his best to make the impact play. And there you go. First round in on the board, what they needed so far, but they need to do it 5 times in a row if they need to catch up against Game Lab.
Kailangan talaga na mag-ingat dito. Oh no! All equalize na naman ang ating economy here. Oras na may magkamali. Yun ang malalaglag. At yun na nga nangyayari ngayon because Game Lab Alpha has secured 3 of the members here for the side of Plug and Play already. And mukhang hindi sila plug ngayon. They're offline and 2 more members are about to be. But let us see if there's still a possibility here for the side of Plug and Play to actually opt for a specific site. Paano naman kahit paano, or even just narrow down our members here for the side of Game Lab. Paano naman kahit paano is to make this specific situation doable for them regardless of the odds.
It's again the same setup for Boogie at saka kay Folex eh. They have always been pushing one side just so that they can dominate and get themselves yung map space na kailangan nila. Not only to get frags, but to make sure that the message has been sent papunta sa kalaban nila. You cannot take a main for free. If you want to take it, you take it by blood. And blood has been shed all towards PNP. An early 4 versus 2, leaving Blank and Kurumi all alone sa loob ng ating mid-side. Aeonix, first contact, not spotting the barrel as Kurumi will win the fight. The killjoy has worked out in the end. At pupush na sila agad dun sa may B-Link at rinig ni Dritch ang lahat ng ito. Nag-position si Owen QT for the close angle. Tacker killjoy lockdown, works out in the timing. Papasok si Blank, hindi niya alam na nandun si Owen QT, pero Kurumi, the only guy, but he will get shut down indeed by Game Lab Alpha. They got too aggressive to use that killjoy lockdown and it ended up costing them a very important ultimate.
That's too bad. I mean, they did what they can, but at the same time, kasi matindi lang talaga yung pag-anchor dito ni Game Lab Alpha. Every single areas here that is still occupied by their perimeter is meron silang information, even by the sound cues. Kaya naman, kahit paano, meron pa rin silang advantage here. And as well as the fact na yun nga, they made them use their ultimate because they really want or needed to win that round. And yun nga lang is hindi naging maganda ang resulta dito for the side of Plug and Play. But let us see if there is gonna be something different here. It's still a lot of rounds to catch up on, and let's see if there is a possibility kahit man lang naging 7-4 to or like a 7-5.
Yeah. Lots more Valorant to be played na naman. Dito sa laban pa lang natin, a quick ulti from Azriel just so that they could have themselves the map space that they needed. But Game Lab, they're not waiting any longer. They're even pushing around the smoke para man lang magkaroon sila ng sarili ng map space. Nilagay nila si Fall X, doon pa lang sa may screens, at si Boogie talagang nakuha na agad tong si Blank at inalikuran pa nga tong si Je. The guy that they needed para makapag-plant ng spike, a second from Fall X, as he has shown that this is the rise of his own in a triple kill for Boogie. He's dancing all over them dito sa Game Lab versus PNP. Plug and Play, they have not shown signs of life so far sa laban na ito. Unfortunate, but Game Lab Alpha have all the answers.
I love the micro adjustments in terms of positioning here na ginawa ni Fall X and ni Boogie. Kasi once na malaman nila or magkaroon ng Viper's Pit there, they really assume that no one's gonna aggress. And alam din nila na once that anyone's gonna step out of that one, it's going to be game over for them kasi that just means that they'll have the disadvantage in terms of numbers. What I really wanted then for Fall X here is that once na malaman niya or nagkaroon siya ng magandang positioning here sa screens area, is that talagang dinire-diretso niya na. Just like what is happening here, eh dito naman, kahit na ibang round na, he's still carrying that momentum and he's been able to carry himself well. And hindi lang yon, may kasama pa siya.
Rise of the Fall X. As we are reaching the era of the duelist for Game Lab Alpha, but Azriel has hit 2 bangers papunta sa duelist ng CT side. As Dreech will get himself his own jet. Pushes with the Sheriff, but finally they find the opening. They use the Viper as a beacon of a flank watch para makapag-punish against Game Lab Alpha for their positioning mistakes. It is Dreech who gets his head taken off again. A double for Jet, and it's all on Aeonix. He has his ulti, he has his gun, but he has donated 3 papunta dito sa plug and play. Now this all matters about his timing. This time, the shot hits dito kay Blank, and he has to take care of Azriel all towards that link position habang si Jen nasa likod lamang without utility alone. Ultimate out galing dito kay Aeonix just to try to push them away from sight. He has 6 seconds para magamitan yung lockdown niya para ma-push, but it's Jet, the long angle, the guy that we needed to look out for, that gets the thrifty win. All from the Sheriffs that we saw from Azriel that started it all, ending Game Lab Alpha.
Parang kanina na nakikita natin si Jeff from our earlier rounds na medyo nahihirapan siya mag-catch up, nahihirapan siya mag-adjust. But right now, I can say, or confidently say na medyo naging star of the show siya dito. Lalong-lalo na with the pristine pickups niya with just the Sheriff alongside with Blank, tama ba? But yeah, that is a really good round for them. And hopefully that we will be able to see more of that later on, considering na dalawang rounds na lang.
Yes!
It's very crispy. And we can say na medyo naging overconfident si Game Lab noon. Medyo naging kampante sila na, you know what, naka-eco naman sila. What if i-address na natin to? But it didn't turn out the way they wanted it to be. And now they are delayed for like a couple more rounds.
They didn't even think about looking around yung T-spawn nila eh. They were all just focused on taking mid since that's the only info given to them by Aeonix all the way from the mid side. So Game Lab Alpha, you know, just the small glimmer, the small blemish on their record so far. That's only 2 losses, diba, para sa kanila. PNP can still catch up, yes, but it has been a monumental first half. Blank! Always with the wallbang headshot, surprising Owen Cutie, who wasn't holding yung backside ng A dito, is Dreech, who is the lone anchor dito sa site natin, spotted by Blank, who's trying to clear every single corner of the site. But now he has discipline. Now he has evolved himself into somewhat of a disciplined player. Joji Santa Maria and Kurumi have followed up with their own, habang si Fall X at si Boogie na lang ang dapat silang unang mamatay. Sila na lang dapat ang maging savior para sa team nila. Fall X trying to navigate around the backside of things. The flash out from Boogie hasn't spotted out yung dalawang nag-hold doon talang sa link. Boogie finding the headshot. Joji Santa Maria and Blank, they combine, getting the duelist of Game Lab Alpha para makuha ng plug and play ang kanilang 3rd round. Possibly a resurgence para sa kanila.
They've definitely been surrounded here by the side of plug and play. And nakita naman din natin that there are some minimal mistakes dito na nagsastack up that results to a not so good of a result dito from the side of Game Lab Alpha. I feel like they really have to be careful on that kasi maganda na naman talaga yung nagiging coordination nila dito in terms of how they use their utilities, how they've been able to set up one another. It's just that the fact na kailangan talaga nila mag-ingat because all these mistakes, once na mag-stack up to lahat, it's not gonna end up well for them.
Definitely not, especially kapag sunod-sunod na mangyayari to para sa Game Lab Alpha, right? PNP need to keep stepping up wins though. We are gonna flip the script. Konting jiggle lang at nakita na agad ni Dreech na may operator si Blank all the way towards that B main position. Kaya babalik na lang siya. I don't know if he picked up the Vandal that he did buy in this round in particular. They are holding again yung mid-side natin. No split, no stretch of the imagination of even trying a lurk from both A main and B main. They know that there's a risk of somebody trying to hold that same position since the duelists have been working out every single time. Yung pag B main push at A main push nila, yun lagi nagiging parang strength nila. Hold W. Kaya ngayon, ang PNP naman ang papasok sa laban na ito. Sa Joji Santa Maria, first contact, Jet. Second frag para sa attacking team. As Plug and Play have made their presence dun sa A, they have locked down the whole site itself. At kailangang i-retake ng tatlo ng Game Lab Alpha kung gusto nila makuha ang 9-3 half natin.
Tingnan nga natin kung yun nga ba ay kanilang ma-attain because at the current time, meron silang mga advantage dito for the side of plug and play. But Fall actually wants to prove otherwise with the Blaze Storm kill onto that guy. Being able to do that instead. Mukhang nasusundan pa now dito sa 2v2. All equalized in terms of numbers, but not anymore because Azrael will just follow shortly after that. Pero hindi naman ang flash na yun. Walang patutunguan si Kurumi doon. And this is going to be a good round for the side of GameLab Alpha, trying to reclaim their feet once again.
They had the numbers advantage, and they had the best post-plant positions to work out this 4 versus 5 na meron na ang PNP. Kaso, the gunplay from GameLab Alpha has been astronomically challenged against these guys. I mean, come on. How many times have we seen Jet and the Phoenix work out every single part of this numbers disadvantage? They have changed the game dito pa lang sa ating first half, and they have proven that they are the duo to beat so far dito sa qualifiers natin. Boogie and Fall X are the win conditions, and every time that they play the retake, they find ways para makuha nila agad yung advantage back into the favor of GameLab Alpha.
It's just a really sharp combo, no? Folex and Boogie, they're just really proving why their composition works so well, and regardless of na paglipasan na ng panahon or dati pa yung gantong meta, they're bringing it back little by little, and they're really working it out. But on the other hand, we are about to see that they might pursue Gallery, but syempre, papalabas muna na yung kanilang aso dyan. Meron na silang mararamdaman na mukhang magpapatintero muna sila dito hanggat hindi pa nila nakita ang isa't isa because of the boundary, which is the Viper Wall. But there might be some presence na magagaling na dito sa ating city because everyone's just rotating towards sa ating A site. Kaya naman, finake nila yung wall na yun. Regardless of that, nasayang yung toxic wall. It's just fine.
Tignan mo, ang bilis nila nag-rotate pabalik dun sa A nang hindi pa nila alam kung saan talaga manggagaling. They only banked on that one piece of info habang pupush sila kay Joji Santa Maria na na-shutdown agad ni Fall X. That opens up B main. But they need to take care of Kurumi and his Killjoy bot. Holds up again doon sa ating halls. Has to try to fight against the multiple players on GameLab, hungry to take the site for themselves. Smoke out again, headshot from Boogie. And that alone gives GameLab Alpha the confidence to plant the spike, as well as push themselves towards that CT and Hall's position.
Yun na nga. But with the current situation that we have right now sa 3v5, possible pa rin naman na may mga potentials dito to PNP or possibly make it all equal. But let's see kung meron nga ba silang capacity na gawin yon, because Fall X has just been able to secure his counterpart and mukhang magta-try or mag-attempt na mag-trade dito si Azrael. Meron mga nasa upper, meron mga nasa lower, but it all still comes down to them being able to secure this round.
Yeah, Fall X again being the guy. Always to watch out for. A fun duelist to watch because of how aggressive he can be. First contact again on B main, and how well they have been securing these post plants has been unparalleled. Is the term, I would say. Parang hindi talaga sila mako-contest kapag aim duel ang pinaglalaban. And the craziest thing about this is that everybody in this lobby has been using the same equipment. Everybody's they have the same monitor refresh rate. They have the same mouse and keyboard, I would say. But they're still fighting back as well, na parang sila yung may difference eh. Parang sila yung may kakaiba dito sa laban na ito. It's overwhelming to say the least. Kaya dito na ipapakita ng GameLab that sometimes aim is more than enough. Fall X again, a double sa pagkuha niya agad ng A-Link, forcing a 2 versus 5. PNP have no choice but to die to the hands of everybody from GameLab. It is all well and over.
Ang lala talaga ni Fall X in terms of securing those frags, no? Before you even know it, habang papunta ka pa lang doon sa site na sinusubukan mong respondehan, patay ka na. Because he's just already in front of you, just gunning you all over. And mukhang nalalagdagan pa, sinuportahan pa ni Owen. And yes, this just means that they're one more round away from the match point. From what we have seen here, muntikan pa mag-align itong dalawa, but still, both of them got nowhere to go. Kaya wala silang choice kundi tanggapin lahat ng mga firepower nanggagaling dito from Fall X.
Kahit sama-sama din sila, wala din silang barrel na panlaban eh.
True.
Nakaklasik lang yung dalawang nag-hold dun sa mid-link. And Fall X had the perfect gun, the perfect range, and the perfect Spectre to handle the job for him. 11-3 mga kaibigan, GameLab Alpha are deciding to fight B main head-on. No split. by the stretch of the imagination. Talagang laban lang kung laban, pasok lang kung pasok, kung saan lalabanan nila si Joji Santa Maria. Talagang naka-triple kill pa nga ang Reyna. This is where the confidence just kicks in, boosts up PNP while they get 4 kills in the end. GameLab Alpha relying on Aeonix to save the round for his team, but PNP have got this well done and dusted.
That is still a really good plan here na nanggaling si Plug and Play. And we'll see if Aeonix would still stand a chance kahit it's already a 1v3. Kinuha niya yung kanyang Phantom. We tried to go for those sidesteps. And yes, he'll be able to get J as well. 1v2, may posibilidad pa ata na makapalag sa Aeonix dito. But kailangan niya talaga mag-ingat considering na he's already pretty low in health. But if ever naman siya mapitas dito, it's going to really go so dahil Luna in terms of LC Blanc. And ayun na nga yung nanggagaling sa already a 3K with a 1v1 pero si Israel pa rin. He's gonna be one step ahead of Aeonix just as he was about to attempt to switch his positions. Kaya naman, medyo kinabahan pa kami doon. Kasi akala namin mababaliktad pa.
So, munti ka na kasi nakuha niya yung dalawa out from his single duels. Especially now that Joji Santa Maria has found himself activated sa pag-hold nila on B main. Again, relying on the split, but masyado atang napaaga yung pag-push ng GameLab Alpha. Not waiting on Aeonix because they had their confidence on a high. They have been winning rounds consecutively to the point that they know that they can win their aim duels, but sometimes talaga ma-overwhelm sila agad. But now, look at that. No split. 5-man push. GameLab Alpha back to holding W sa pag-push all the way from B main para ma-push agad ni Boogie ang kanyang run it back. Hahanapin niya ang Killjoy. Kurumi will find him, but the Stinger will deny him. Talagang 5 versus 5 retake na tayo for PNP, and it started with Dream getting the first frag dito. Fallex following, combining agad. Against all odds, PNP will have a choice. Talagang magsisave ba tayo or lalabanan ba natin ng GameLab Alpha?
That is something that they have to ponder with. Pero let's see kung ano nga bang kanilang gagawin dito. Because at the current time, parang pinapasok na nga ata nila. Sige, nakakakuha ng isa at mukha madadagdagan pa. Pero Polex nandito na sa isang kabilang banda. And sila pa nga ang makakalamang doon. And they would be able to get that one really smoothly. Dahil na-pinpoint na nila kung nasan yung mga members natin dito for the side of GameLab. It's just really astounding na kahit na mas namang sila in terms of numbers is na-manage nila yon i-segregate isa-isa.
Yeah, and unfortunate din kasi nag-hold lang din agad yung isa sa mga players ng GameLab. I believe it was Aeonix trying to hold yung pag-push ni Jess sa pag-push agad dun sa may hall. That gave him entry sa pag-isolate niya ng duels niya. Naka-triple kill tong si Je to get himself that Bulldog multi-frag. And another point into the ult orb. Talagang may ultimate na agad tong si Je. And this will affect yung pag-push ni Blanc at saka ni Joji Santa Maria. Oh my god. If PNP are going down, they are going down with a fight.
I mean, from what we are seeing here, parang kanina lang, sobrang layo ng ating differences from 0 to 6 and now it's already a 5-11. So there is still some chances here. There's still a glimpse of hope. There's still a light at the end of the cave. And sana is magamit nila yon ng maganda. If they've got the opportunity, they really ng maganda. They should really opt to use their utilities to the best of their abilities and of course facilitate discipline kasi they can capitalize from the mistakes na ginagawa ni GameLab and kung magiging pristine sila in terms of their executions or their planning just in case na babalakin ni GameLab na mag-pursue sa isang specific site, it would be really well beneficial here for the side of Plug and Play kasi that just means more chances for them for winning.
So when are they gonna be spreading out at this point for GameLab Alpha? Kasi if napansin mo, if kahit nung hindi sila nag-B main, that was like a 4-man, 5-man rush, right? Tapos nung nagsimula sila dun sa mid, 5-man din sila. Talagang sama-sama sila sa mga plano na gusto nilang gawin. Holding hands ang 5 mga players natin on GameLab Alpha kung may plano sila. It's just that one round where hinayaan na lang si Aeonix na mag-lurk, where that was when they were separated. Tapos natalo pa sila. So what if the game plan all along was sama-sama lang sila lagi? Then, maybe that is where PNP should take all of their attention on. But this time, no. It is a triple stack on towards the mid side for GameLab Alpha to attack the point of entry doon sa ating art pa lang. Alam na nila agad na nandun yung Killjoy bots all the way on the B-Link side. Kaya, ang pinakamabilis nilang challenge ay ang Viper ng PNP, Azriel. Nahihirapan siya lalo at may util na agad. Ang Game Lab na whip agad yung Phoenix Flash, which I believe is a blemish. Pero they can just reset. Back on away doon sa ating mid. I think you could just pray and hope that Azriel does not hit them again. It's Owen Cutie who gets the first shot. Kurumi will not find any contributions whatsoever. Azriel gets the brick. Kaso nga lang, Paul X will line up again dito sa loob ng ating Art, almost getting Je, but he finds himself 2 HP in a dream. A site is open, they can plant there.
Kala ko mababagsak pa si Paul X doon, but he will try and attempt to put the spike down. Naantay lang nila ang kanilang kasapi. And ayun na nga, dalawa na lang naiiwan dito sa side of Plug and Play. Trying to scan for any potential heads na maaaring mag-pop out dito sa A site natin. Georgie Santa Maria, kumpletong-kumpleto pa ang kanyang utilities, already all or nothing. Pero low na rin siya in terms of health, kaya medyo delikado. May kasama siya, but meron silang risk na sila yung mapaplangkan because Paul X is going from behind. And mukhang ngayon na nga, Joyce and Faye still tries to go for an execute, but not for long because Boogie would be there to shut him down. And everyone, this is the match point.
You know, I just got that feeling that this round would have been over a little earlier than how it was ngayon. If the Phoenix Flash actually hit doon sa Art, then the Viper would have been flashed out.
Grabe, no?
And then masastun siya ng Dog ng Sky at napapush siya agad ni Paul X. Pero hindi yun nangyari. However, the mid-round recovery from Game Lab after that blemish was what actually gave a lot of credit dito para kay Paul X, diba? They decided to push around that D-Link position, netted them the kill, get the connector position, Kuromi died, tapos yung Viper naman yung nag-follow through. The two very important passive aggressors dito for PNP. Now they're the ones who take the first step. Black taking the shot dito. Reaches fall into the ground. Boogie will get another dito sa loob ng Game Lab Alpha kills as Paul X gets the wall bang kay Azriel. And again, they find an opportunity to kill the Viper, which makes it all the more difficult for the retake later. Game Lab have an open opportunity to get the ace site again. And Kurumi, he decides to play outside of the smoke. Long range gun. It is the Stinger that actually caps off tong si Paul X.
Pero we can say na all because of those small mistakes, no?
Yeah.
Small failures to follow up. Ang laki palagi ng nagiging epekto sa mga laro natin ngayon. But now, since we're gonna run it back, be able to secure someone out, then definitely we will be able to see kung meron nga mga capacity dito na manalo-lalo ang Taylor Avalanche targets of the numbers na meron tayo dito ngayon. Pero si Omi Queen, pero naiiwan eh, pero still, Boogie will be able to get the last one here from the side of Plug and Play as well. And that marks the end of our second match kung saan makikita natin that Game Lab Alpha will be facing Zol Esports for our finals.
Well, it is VCT team versus VCT team nga naman. The Destined have proven their worth, and now sa finals natin of this qualifier, makikita kung sino ang mas worthy. Game Lab Alpha, congratulations dito sa semifinals natin. Unfortunate para sa Plug and Play, they had a hot start sana when they were trying to adapt to the playstyle of Game Lab Alpha, but lo and behold, it has always been Hold W that always made a difference, and every aim duel from Game Lab Alpha has made it all work despite a few intricacies left and right, diba?
Yeah, I mean, pwede naman natin din. Ito, magiging ano natin dito is ano yung magiging expectations natin ngayon na nakita na natin yung dalawang players na yun na maglaro. Lalong-lalo na from what we have seen kanina, yun nga, may nakabangon kahit papaano itong si Plug and Play because of the mistakes na ginagawa dito ni Game Lab Alpha. We will see how it's gonna be affecting it. Lalong-lalo na in contrast to Zol Esports kanina, nakita natin napaka-smooth ng kanilang journey. Napakabilis na tapos ng laro. And there was little to no mistakes tayong nakita.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, that Pearl game, you know, at this point in time, we have shown yung strength na agad ng kung ano yung magiging landscape, ng kung anong magiging aggressive teams natin dito for this qualifiers alone. We have another team that is cool and calculated sa lahat ng mga moves nila. We'll also have a small dash of spiciness sa lahat ng team comps nila dito. So, will that creativity stand off against yung aggression ng Game Lab Alpha? We will find out after this very short break. Huwag kayong aalis mga kaibigan, magbabalik ang Predator League 2023.
Flawless.
No, you don't.
Who could have predicted this?
Spike planted.
Your fault. Your fault.
One enemy remaining. Flawless. Last player standing. One enemy remaining.
Careful now.
30 seconds. One enemy remaining. Spike down B.
Stay down. Blocking sight. Terminated.
Last player standing.
Give me the blocking sight.
They're super dead.
Flawless. Spike down B. One enemy remaining.
Blocking sight.
One enemy remaining. One enemy remaining. Last player standing.
Spatial Labs Edition.
The 13th gen Intel Core i9 HX processor, NVIDIA GeForce RTX 4080 GPU, and our custom-engineered Aeroblade cooling, alongside liquid metal over the CPU.
Delivering intuitive interaction and immersive sensation through technologies like advanced sensory solutions, optical display, and the latest real-time rendering technologies.
With the Helios Neo 16. 13th gen Intel Core processor? Check. GeForce RTX 40 series graphics? Of course. As for cooling, the Helios Neo includes Predator's custom-engineered cooling solutions listed here, with our unique Aeroblade fans and liquid metal thermal grease. Predator Triton 17X laptop. This powerhouse features a GeForce RTX 4090 with a max TGP of 175 watts, the Acer Nitro XC452 CUV at 44.5 inches with a 32:9 ultra-wide aspect ratio and 1500R curvature. Predator Orion X. The Intel Core i9 13900KS Special Edition processor boasts 24 cores, a flagship NVIDIA GeForce RTX 4090. It is the smallest PC that features this GPU. Upgrade your gaming experience with the Predator Orion X.
hope you're ready because it is about time that we have the final game para sa ating fourth qualifier ng Predator League 2023. Ako nga pala si Ramon, kasama ko si Mochi para mag-cast kami dito sa ating may huling laban for TNC Dasmariñas. It is Game Lab Alpha versus Zol Esports, ang napakamabigati nating final matchup in this fourth on-site qualifier. The last one para sa ating mga lands first so far dito sa ating qualifiers.
Yes, and we have seen naman kung gaano kakaiba yung differentiation natin dito for our last two finalists, definitely Zol Esports and as well as Game Lab Alpha. We have seen kung gaano ka-potent yung consistency and cleanliness na in-exert ni Zol Esports dito, no? Kung gaano sila kalinis mag-execute, gaano sila what do you call this, ka-decisive magtrabaho, and as well as for the side of Game Alpha is kung gaano sila ka-explosive in terms of their team comms, how they've been able to actually play it all out. Though there are some hiccups from here and there, is na-manage naman nila i-end it in a really good score.
So kumbaga parang we're having contrasting styles dito. The creativity versus the amount of aggressiveness we have on one side of the table. We have the Crouching Tiger versus the Hidden Dragon dito sa ating magiging final matchup of the fourth qualifiers. Kaya wag na tayong magpuntik-puntik pa. Pumasok na tayo dito sa ating Agent Select. The draft is set up na para sa pareho nating mabigating teams. And it is going to be on Haven, where we have always have ended every single qualifier para maipakita kung sino ang on top. Double controller comp naman para sa Zol Esports, something that they have proven to be their ace. Pero para sa Game Lab Alpha, babalik na lang sila sa double initiator.
Actually, nagtataka ako kung bakit ito yung naging mapa natin ngayon. Alam naman natin kanina or nakita natin kung gaano nag-execute si Zol Esports here. I feel like Game Lab Alpha really wants to shoot their shot. But we are gonna see the same team composition that we had from Zol Esports, similar to us earlier. And for Game Lab Alpha, it is going to be the classic composition of having the usual Sova and as well as a Breach for good measure here in terms of blinds and crowd control. So in terms of our team composition here, Game Lab Alpha would have better options in terms of rotations, fast adaptations, because unlike for Zol Esports is, yun nga, they really have to take time before they will be able to set up. But on the bright side is only util ang mababato ng Zol Esports. But for Game Lab Alpha, you have to be more, what do you call this, careful in terms of when they will use which. So I think that is something that is worth noting.
Yeah, I mean, as long as Dreech is still alive, lagi silang may retake potential, diba? As long as they still have the concuss, then they can open a window. Even though namatay na, nag-iisa na ng duelist, ay makakapasok pa rin sila whenever they are on the retakes, as well as yung kanilang magiging executes dito. For Game Lab Alpha, that is the win con. Make sure that all their util are alive and well para magkaroon ng maayos na entry itong si Fall X when he has the opportunity. However, for Zol Esports, they definitely have a lot coming up dito sa ating laban na ito. We have seen how potent their double controller comp has been so far. And it is like one of the most creative comps that I've seen so far sa qualifiers. They are showing innovation sa kung paano nila ina-approach ang Haven map. We have been so used to it being dominated by double duelist comps, double initiator comps, like what we're seeing right now from Game Lab Alpha, where Zol are willing to take the risk, willing to show the world, at least the Philippines, how you can play Haven in your own style.
I actually want to address din yung prowess nila na meron silang sunod-sunod na countermeasures if ever something doesn't work out or it isn't applicable in the situation that they're in. And of course, syempre, it still comes down to gunplay, yun yung una nilang inuuna. But just in case that they are in full control at the site, they'll go for the plan B, wherein lahat ng mga util nila is mababato nila sa counterpart that would lose them or make them lose the opportunity to offer a retake. Then meron din silang plan C na laging merong nakaantabay na lurk. Then kung sakali man nawala, is meron laging positioning na hindi talaga nila i-expect dito sa opponent side. So, there is a lot of possibilities na pwedeng magamit dito for the side of Zol Esports. But for GameLab, however, kailangan talaga na maging maingat sila. Lalong-lalo na kung kanina, there are some hiccups, na napatid sila, natitisod sila. Ngayon, kailangan mawala yun sa bokabularyo nila.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, I've gotten an update. Mukhang, despite this all-out mid-push, all-out frenzy rush for everybody on both sides, magkaka-roll back tayo. So we're just gonna have fun with this. Sino yung pinaka-unang mamatay? Si Kakarot ba? Si Micro ba? Si Ionix ba na ngayon na yung nagbabatuhan na kahit anong util, si Trish pa nga ang namatay. Kaya, this round really doesn't matter. Just fun to see everybody knife out. It is Fall X getting a 2-piece galing sa kanyang nag-iisang knife. Well, all said
Kala
and
mo,
done.
ginawang kunay yung
Keep
knife.
it up.
Kaya nga eh.
Screw up and they're
Solid.
honest.
Wala pang ult pero nalabas yung Bladestorm.
Yun. We're just gonna wait for our players to check themselves out in terms of how they're doing. Like, am I fully intact? Okay pa ba ako? Kailangan ko ba ng bebe time? Kailangan ko bang uminom ng tubig? Am I well hydrated? Or kailangan ko lang i-check tong PC ko, di ba? Nakazaksak ba ng mabuti yung mouse ko? Or yung monitor ko ba nakabukas? Tinatawag ka naman na natin.
Kasi ano pa ba yung mas nakakatakot? Yung operator sa ilong o yung nanay mo ng mga 50 times ka nang tinawag?
Legit. Ewan ko, sa akin kasi pag tinatawagan ako ng nanay ko, parang ano lang yan eh. Reminder lang.
Reminder.
Kaya chill-chill lang ako. Pero ay! Ayun nga. Still the same thing.
Sabungan lang sa mid.
Just sabong.
Oo.
Last
Eh,
player.
pag karne, talagang ang dami mga manok na naghahalikan din
Nag-no siya.
eh.
Sabi ni Yonic, no!
Eh, tama na yan.
No,
Nasa
get
loob lang
away!
ng smoke itong si Ionix. Eh, nag-iisa na lang ang kanyang HP. Nahabol ng tatlong naka-knife laang. Ay, aba, si Kevs pa nga ang kanyang makakapatay para sa unang panalo ng Zolra Esports.
Ang happy nila yun.
Oo nga eh. Ay, nakakailo na nga. Pero anyways, mga kaibigan, tapos na ang rollback. Kung mapapansin nyo, kahit natapos na ang 2 rounds na yon, ay bumalik sa 0 ang parehong Zol Esports at saka GameLab. Kumbaga, walang nangyari. Wala ka nakitang 2 knife rounds.
Wala.
Walang push sa mid na nangyari kanina. We're back to square one. Zol Esports starting on the CT
Goldfish
side.
memory.
Tama. And GameLab Alpha, the double initiator comp, it is as appropriate as ever no? Kasi yung parehong team, yung team comp nila, suited for whatever side they are starting on.
Same. Pero, ano kung may binabalang or merong niluluto. Itong si Zol Esports dito sa bandang garahe at mid-area natin, sa bandang gitna. And mukhang magpupush sila dito at yun na nga ang kanilang ball. At yun na nga ang kanilang ginagawa. Yun nga lang sa Ionix atang mga kapitasila niya. We are seeing some additional casualties here from both sides. But we are yet to know kung sino nga ba ang lalamang.
Oo nga eh. The quick aggression out as well from GameLab, especially from Ionix, who is not usually the type of player na who would want to put their hand in the cookie jar agad. Who makes the first move, first step. So it is surprising.
I'm out of stuff.
But then again, that is how they are able to take out yung lurker nila dito. They try to fall back. Discipline out from Zol Esports. They already know that they got the pick that they needed. Kaya babalik na lang sila sa 4 versus 4. Try to defend yung A-site as a whole. Micro has no info. Hindi niya alam na nakapag-creep up na agad. Contact play lamang ang GameLab. At ngayon na naglabas sila ng util, pag-info na agad si Micro na nandito sila lahat sa loob ng A-site lamang.
Yan na nga. Time's gonna tick. So far, less pressure. But as the time goes by, doon magkakaroon ng dagdag na pressure para sa kanila. But we are gonna see some utilities already being put out here. Nilabas na ang guiding light. At mukhang meron ng mga nalaglag dito. And yes, both of the controllers from both sides will be removed. And hindi lang yon, because the rest of the members here from the side of Zol would be able to rummage down. And alam naman natin, advantage na naman yan in terms of our rounds.
Tama. And when Zol Esports have the running, then it is very hard to catch up to them ngayon. Ionix, well, this is how it all started. Transpired dun sa ating mid-window where they got caught off guard by yung positioning agad ni Ionix. Usually the guy that will lurk around one point of the map. Gets taken off of the picture very early, so no lurk presence. Not even needing to take any sort of like wit sa kahit ano pang parte ng mapa, kundi sa A lamang. So, Game Lab Alpha gonna have to salvage whatever that they have dito sa round na ito. Naka-classic lamang ang mga miyembro ng attacking side, except for Dreech, who does decide to take the Sheriff on to his own hands ngayon. Madmen ay talagang nanood na agad yung aggression sa mid Zind. Just, konting duplis lamang galing dito sa mga classics. Already taking off itong si Fall X. Batman to follow, combining a second frag as he gets a triple. Well, 3 kills para dito sa Zol Esports as a whole. Game Lab only getting at least itong Sky from the city side. And at least they're happy to take whatever they can,
Yep.
diba? They're controlling mid, they're getting the pick off dito dun kay Sky. And if they can get the gun, then maybe they can convert more.
Right there.
Let's see if ganun nga ba mangyari. There's still a lot of time that they can work with here para sa side ng Game Lab Alpha, but with the shape that they are in right now, it's gonna be really difficult, lalong-lalo na they don't have enough of the guns na kailangan na meron sila.
Gun
And
here.
at the same time, is tumuronda lang dito si Zen. Nakatambay lang siya na maigi, naka-anchor siya sa A site just in case na merong mang darating dito. Kaya naman medyo magiging mahirap si Game Lab
30
kung sakali
seconds
man na
left.
decide sila na mag-pursue. Pero, ayun na nga, may makikita na siya and sabay pang mamamatay. A literal collateral here from Zen.
Yeah, I mean, on appearance out for Zind, who is definitely being marked on. The previous MVP of the previous Zol Esports game. Same map, same prowess, and same composure. Yung talagang pinakita nga naman ni Zind na hindi siya takot na lumaban sa mga pistols lamang dito. From the side of Game Lab Alpha, taking the distance, showing that he can use his own gun para mapanalo niya yung mga fights na na-encounter niya. Kaya tamang hold lang sa Heaven. Still have both extremities noted by the long-range guns that he has right now. So, good job on him, capitalizing on the weapon advantage that he had. Ngayon, yung A-Long ang magiging focus ng iba pang mga players on Game Lab Alpha. After ng recon, ay talagang pinalayas agad ang A-Long position ang Zol Esports at hinayaan na lang nilang ibibigay dahil meron silang contact na pwedeng gamitan, ilason papunta sa kanilang attacking side. Meron silang short player at meron din silang pwedeng close angle na i-hold lamang para ayusin ng Jet ang lahat kung kailangan nilang depensan ito.
They're playing really slow, no, for both sides of the teams. Regardless na pistol yan, regardless na buy round yan, ang tagal ng execution
Hindi
natin
sila
dito for
gumagalaw.
both sides. Hindi talaga sila, they're just holding their positions, really waiting for the right time to strike. And I guess this is already the time that they're waiting for. Meron na siyang mga makita dito. Yun nga lang, kahit blinded si Zen, mukhang meron pa rin siyang na-secure. And mukhang magkakaroon din na sagot dito from Aeon. And si Micro is mawawala. And mukhang madadagdagan pa. But this is going to be a 2v2. Naghihintay pa tayo dito. Lahat sila merong segregations in terms of duels. And it is going to be a good round for the side of Game Lab, which just means na bawi-bawi lang.
To be honest talaga it's not as beautiful of a round that you would expect from a Game Lab execute. They cleared every corner from that A-short extremity, kaya na-take care nila agad yung Astra from Zol Esports, which was a very vital point. However, from how they executed, talagang Dreech was able to rinse and repeat everything from how he has been able to perform ng Pearl game na yun. He is the type of guy that will cut every single kill dito, and the fact that he's able to control the fights into his favor, as well and done, secured himself a triple kill. That kind of negated yung loss bonus na nawala sa kanila because of this round. He is able to give another rifles sa mga players ng Game Lab Alpha, and he can save a few rifles up kapag ka nag-secure pa sila ng momentous victory na gantong round pa lang, ay talagang hindi sila, parang hindi maapektuhan yung economy nila.
Oo.
Compared na parang nag-2-1 sila ngayon, you wouldn't say na nag-2-1 sila if tiningnan mo yung pera, if nanalo sila sa round na ito.
True. Let's check if the economy will be affected in both sides of the teams, kung sino man ang mag-foster ng kanilang win. Because pretty similar to what we were seeing or saying kanina. GameLab Alpha is really, really careful in terms of their movements now. Really different from what we have seen kanina in terms of their mishaps. And yun nga, I feel like that is good behavior. But it can be a double-edged sword kasi yun nga, diba? Sometimes, pagka nagkaroon sila ng moments na sobrang ingat nila, nangaaring malimit ang kanilang positioning or kanilang executions. Similar to what is doing or what is happening right now. Zol's been able to secure a couple already. Nadagdagan pa. The operator's been putting down their hands. And with the last two members here existing, Ionix and as well as this guy, Arsova, Boogie. Yup, he's gonna be shot here through the gong. And yun na nga, the last remaining member here, yes, makakapita siya, but not entirely enough to actually win the round for their team.
Actually, medyo nag-overreact ako kasi akala ko kalaban niya yung yung kasama niyang Astra nung nag-retake sila dun sa B. Tapos parang parang accident lamang na kill. Pero
That's good
hindi
positioning din eh.
Pero hindi pala eh. But that was actually really good for them kasi
Cool
they're able
crosshair placement.
they're able to like lock down yung backside of things for them. They killed off the only guy who was trying to hold the gang position, and it wasn't because he needed info. He just decided to do so. You know, no reason, and he got himself something out of it. So good job on the side of Zol Esports. Zind already starting off where he means to go on. Talagang pinapakita na siya ang jet to beat dito against GameLab Alpha. So Kakarot, slow peeking, getting the shot kay Fall X. Talagang pinatulog ang anak ni Tita May. 5 versus 4, and in the blink of an eye, they were priming up for a B push as fast as possible. But before they can even start it, it ended as quickly as possible.
Truly lungs. And at the same time, mukhang magkakaroon tayo ng potential na habang nag-iintay tayo dito, meron mga nangyayari na mga duos dito sa mid-area natin. May potential na makapag-extend pa sila dito sa A-site natin. Yun nga lang, may nakabantay dito. And specifically, that is Kevsi. Kaya naman, 50 seconds on the clock here. Our members here for the side of Zol is trying to narrow down the space na may access sa Game Lab, which is definitely beneficial for their end. Yun nga lang, si Micro nagpa-pop up. They've been able to go for a couple of kills. Nako, collateral na naman. Parang kanina lang hindi to nangyari for the side of our Jet kanina. And that's going to be
30
really
seconds
crucial
left.
here for the side of Game Lab. Once again, the 2v3, we're still waiting for them to actually offer and execute to Zind. Nakaabang lang with the almighty operator here. That would not actually connect either of the two, but still waiting for his time or taking his time to actually go for one. And nagawa niya yun with the last remaining person here. Yun nga lang siya ay masyashot here with the Sheriff. Let us see if Nemta will be able to get him. Ako, yun
Stick
nga
lang.
lang, he's sticking it in. Yun nga lang, ma-shot niya yun through the smoke. And yes, this is going to be an immediate win here for the side of Zol.
I mean, they're still gonna be able to lock down that ult orb para dito sa GameLab Alpha. And lo and behold, Zol Esports keeping their calm, keeping themselves cool dito sa pressure na ilalabasan ng GameLab Alpha. Para silang ng linya sa meet and greet para kay Michael. Nung nag-push sila sa garage,
Sobrang chill lang nila, no?
Oo nga eh.
Nakikita mo rin sa mga facecam ng mga players natin, they are unbothered.
Oh.
They are striving.
And they are slaying.
Yes, slay sisters.
Slay sisters.
Kahit na brothers sila.
Tama.
Slay brothers.
Brothers in arms. Tama. Slay bros. Slay bros?
Slay bros.
Slay, parang esports org lang yun. Yung
Oh,
thing.
what if?
What if nga naman? Alright, Zin. Quick peek
Whoa!
ahead and gets another
Lutong.
galing sa kanyang operator. This is the guy that they need to watch out for. They find the operator, but they are keeping themselves stubborn. Talagang gusto nilang i-push labanan si Zin with that rolling thunder, and that will force him outside of the site. However, he is stuck between a rock and a hard place, using that only Viper Orb just to protect himself. Aeonix pushes in. Kevs holding his nerve, saving his jet, and Reach trying to equalize, but against all odds, they will both get detained. Zol Esports have held their nerve, they have displayed their patience, and they reap the rewards. Patmen will get the double kill, and Zol Esports are rewarded with a 5th round. What a beautiful display of discipline from the CT side.
Gustong gusto ko rin yung moment of decisiveness nila na, you know what, oo, nag-rolling thunder, pero there's nowhere going back. Sige, intayin na lang muna natin dito, mag-hide dito tayo sa likod ng Radianite box and use the guiding light just in case na mag-push sila kaagad. But the good thing here on the end, or on the bright side here for the side of Zol Esports is that mabagal nag-push si Game Lab Alpha, regardless of the fact na naglapag sila ng rolling thunder. And in turn, Zol Esports just really held their heads high and really anchored that site para naman na ma-secure nila yung the rest of the members here for the side of Game Lab Alpha na hindi nila in-expect na talagang hindi lalabas si Zol Esports doon.
At talagang ang unsung hero din is yung nag-iisang poison orb na binato ni Kakarot. And that made sure that Zind and Kevs only have to hold one angle, and that is yung pag-wrap around doon sa default box.
That's a really good lineup. Like every single in every beginning of the round is talagang binabato din ni Kakarot yun eh.
Hindi
so
sila
that is
makapush
so useful. Sobra.
As in, hindi sila makapush dun sa mismong poison orb ni Kakarot eh. Zind was in the worst possible spot. He was blinded, and he only had one person to help him out, Kevs. But against all odds, they were able to hold back the back of sight, which proves that sometimes a mid-round calling is better than just holding W every single round.
Pomsim. And also, that's also where fast decision making is very crucial eh. No, like on those specific, like, you know what, sige, parang na-imagine mo yung comms na, sige, hold ka lang dyan, ako bahala sa'yo. Diba? Like, it's very, very nice to hear and nice to see with also nice results. But now, they will try to offer our A site once again. Momentarily it is for themselves readily available for the taking, and they might opt to use this lockdown as well in hopes of delaying them into pursuing forward. Pero si Zind, sinusubukan pa rin sana makapag-secure with the operator, but Paul X is trying to prevent him in doing so. They're just gonna wait for the lockdown to actually activate, and yun ang ginawa with the Cosmic Divide entirely being used here as well. Makikita natin kung gaano ka-potent yung reset na patch natin na wala talaga silang totally maririnig. I don't want to get rid of that advantage na kailangan nakikita nila lahat, and yun na nga, pumapasok sila dito, pero ngayon isa na lang ang naiiwan. That is going to be Ionix here at the sewers area, trying to make use of all the utilities na nilatang niya dito, but for how long? Hanggang
Di niya alam na nagsisting.
Hindi niya alam na nag-i-stink because the Cosmic Divide na. And ayun na nga, everyone, it is going to be a team ace here from the side of Zol Esports.
Para lang buffet eh. Papasok sila, kakain. Ang isa sa kanila may putahe. Eh, hindi talaga nagkulang. Best ultimate possible in that situation. Already pulled out in the most crucial moment where Game Lab Alpha has forced them outside of the site. And they could have played close, but because of this Cosmic Divide, it doesn't let them push back onto the A main extremity. Hindi sila makaka-play from short, hindi sila makakapag-play for lineups. They need to hear what's going on inside of the site, kaya they're back into the corner. Hindi sila tuloy makakalaban with the long-range guns that they had sana with the Sheriffs in hand. They need to contest against the better guns, and Zind has shown that he has one longer. Dito kay Owen Cutie, it is the smoker taken off of the picture per Game Lab Alpha. At kailangan nilang i-aggress pa rin ito. It is 3 straight rounds that they have decided to take the A side alone. But this time, they have no coverage, no protection. And at this point, it is not the best choice to penetrate the A side itself.
Zol Esports is one step ahead in everything Game Lab Alpha is trying to do. Kung kanina lang they're trying to push forward sa ating sewers area, walang pakialam si Zindon, pinalagan niya yon, and now nandito naman siya sa heaven. Ang tutok niya is nandun kaagad sa bricks. Hindi niya in-expect na merong magpapakita sa bottom because he most entirely expected that as a jet user, dun siya magpapakita. And ngayon si Kevsi naman ang uma-assist sa kanya, and before we even know it, the round is over.
Yeah, just like that, Zol Esports have shown that they are the team to beat dito. An A-site defense that have proven to become a fortress sa pag-hold nila dito, especially with how they started it. Zind, no hesitation, even though there was the Killjoy Molly, he had the mobility to get away with it. And then he had the best opportunity, the best agent to destroy in the first opening pick, and that is the Smoker. They had no chance at all to try to regain composure because they decided na i-commit na lang yung push nila on A, which proved to be their undoing. The decisive call from Zol Esports to take the fight head-on every single time has proven to be their best weapon heading forward dito pa lang sa final game natin. However, for Game Lab, they have decided na wag na lang tayo mag-push ng A ulit. Try natin ulitin, pero doon naman sa C-site na lamang.
Seaside na nga ang kanilang pupuntahan possibly, but they better act on quick because alam naman natin kung gaano rin kabilis na magtrabaho. Itong si Zol Esports, they will attempt to push forward sa seaside natin. Maganda ang pag-entra dito ni Paul X and masesecure din ni Boogie. Ito, yun nga lang, pinatay niya yung kakampi niya. They never expected that to happen. Medyo nag-process pa yung utak ko doon, pero ngayon nakikita natin so all the gunfights already happening here already through the smoke. Kahit na there is a denial in terms of vision, sinusubukan pa rin nila na trabahuin ito for the side of Game Lab, but it's still that Zol Esports been able to do that all out. It is just really unfortunate na yun nga, that Paul X has been caught up doon sa Hunter's Fury na yon, which maybe became one of the reasons kung bakit sila nag-falter after that.
Hindi na sila nakakuha ng space. Unfortunate kasi I think na-dink siya at na-damage from the spam through the smoke from the garage position. And he was safe because he was safe from the smoke given to him by Game Lab Alpha themselves. Unfortunate para kay Fall X who was trying to make some space for the team. He was trying to help out. Pero para sa Zol, the response has been very much unquestionable. Talagang no holds barred para sa kanilang defense. And Game Lab Alpha has decided na i-invest si Owen QT doon sa A-Long. He gets the headshot kay Kevs and he has spotted out yung kanilang jet. Kaso, and it's all good for Zol Esports. They still held on towards A. But again, it's the same first kill sa napaka-importanting player na si Owen QT. Ngayon, wala silang smokes. They decide to take the most claustrophobic place of the map, and that is garage. I wasn't saying B.
I mean, tama naman. It is claustrophobic, pretty similar to how the sewers is designed. Just a little more movement na encourage dito sa garage, but still really cramped. Kailangan nila mag-ingat here because yun nga lang dito from the long micro will be able to eliminate one of their crucial members of all time. And it is going to be a 3v3. Good signs here for Game Lab, but not for long because Kakarot will be able to uneven all the numbers out. 1v3, ayun, isa naman na naiwan, and tamang free fire, tamang spray and free lang here on the end of Kakarot. Tinibag pa, sunod-sunod, lahat ng mga barel kinuha niya na. Massive disrespect here from the side of Zol Esports, and sinabayan pa ng pag-spray ng sticker ng Omen na sumasayaw pa. Wow!
Look at the confidence from Zol Esports, man. I mean, when you have a fortress set up on A, then where else can you go but on C site where you could just have wala ka smokes, right? So they just decided to bum rush onto the only small point that they can get at yun ay yung garage.
Yeah.
Buti na lang at wala silang defense on garage. So they had an entry point on C. But since tumatakbo sila sa pagpasok onto the C side, that gave a small window for Micro to push back on towards C long. That means they both have flank watch and they both have somebody who can cut the rotation back on C kung magpa-plant nga sila out in the open. So well played for Zol Ragnar, or Zol Esports nga pala. This is a testament to how well they are on the mid-round talaga.
Tindi na talaga nila magplano, you know. Like, ine-expect na nila yung mga kilos natin dito on the side of Game Lab Alpha. And if ever man na hindi nila yun ine-expect, well, definitely meron sila kaagad na solusyon right after knowing that.
Sino ba hindi mawawala ng plano kung meron kang Micro at saka meron kang Kakarot na dalawang experienced IGL sa meron ka sa isang team?
Yun nga, no? Parang overflowing info, no? Malalaman mo agad kung ano yung mga possibilities na ipi-play out ng Game Lab Alpha. On the end of Game Lab Alpha, daw, sasabihin ko pa lang sana na napakagandang investment siguro if natutulungan nila or nasusuportahan nila si Paul X. Ayun nga lang nga is hindi nila yung nagagawa because right after na makapasok si Paul X, laging merong miscoordination in terms of utilities or lagi siyang napipitas kaagad and medyo delayed sila in terms of pushing, and right now they are playing it really slow, and Zen will be able to get the first pick up here na walang masasagot ang side ng Game Lab Alpha. Micro, susundan pa yun, and syempre wala silang choice kundi mag-execute dito sa C-site natin dahil paubos na ang oras. Sunod-sunod pa, grabe yung spray on the Kakarot, and yes, securing the last 3 numbers here from the side of Game Lab Alpha.
Si Jepoy nga pala to, mga kaibigan. Jekot Farin Jr. Talagang napakalakas when it comes to the spray down. And for Game Lab Alpha, talagang nahihirapan na sila lalo. We have been seeing them just fumbling left and right. But for Zol Esports, they're definitely happy to take this win altogether. This is quite quite the discipline that they've been like showing onto a stream right now. Like Zind, Patman, all showing that they have not only have the tip of the spear, pero they all have the discipline to do it as well. Hindi nila kailangan mag-push every single time. They have to let Game Lab push towards themselves because that's the strength of their team comp. Talagang papasok na sila with the Rolling Thunder. No questions whatsoever. Papasok si Paul X at nasuportahan pa nga ni Dreech. Nakakuha ng 1-for-1. Paul X has already done his job na open na agad yung site. May defensive Killjoy lockdown though, and we all know what happened the last time they put this, kaya tatakbo sila palabas. And they need to contest them from long range this time around.
Yun na nga, yun ay kung mako-contest nga ba nila ng tuluyan. Meron ng mga paranoia, mga utilities na binabato dito. Shock Dart, tingnan natin nga lang kung uubra nga yan. Viper Spit natin has already been placed here dito sa sewers area natin, preventing any person here from the side of Galen from pushing forward. But they really have to act really fast now that that time is ticking. But still, Kakarot, dalawa na napitas and tumatlo pa muli. Parang sunod-sunod na mga rounds siya ang tumatrabaho dito. Sinuportahan pa ng kanyang mga tropa, and this just resulted us to one more round away from match point at such a quick nick of time.
Yeah, back-to-back Haven games kung saan nagda-dominate na naman ang Zol Esports. And that is because of their combos ng ultimates. Ginamit nila agad ang Defender Killjoy lockdown at pakatapos nila kunin yung site, that is when they use the Viper's Pit. Just so that they can have the space to themselves, just to force out the long-range gunfights to be short-range because they need to push yung Viper, because they can't see anybody from a main and a short. Kailangan nilang labanan ang Zol sa loob ng kanilang sariling teritoryo. Kaya nahihirapan ng Game Lab dahil sa kung paano nila ginagamit yung ultimates nila. So far, so well done ang Zol Esports. Malaluto pa ba ang Game Lab? Lalo na't nasa city side na sila ngayon. Eh baka dito pa nga silang magbabago. Oh, and Cutie through the smoke. Never expected Kevs, but he will be happy to take that frag as long as he still has control over A.
Tingnan nga natin yung gano'n nangyayari dahil si Owen na lang ang naiiwan dito sa A-site natin, pero mukhang ito pa rin ang punterya ng Zol Esports. Gusto nilang ituloy ito and mukhang confident sila na siya lang ang naririto. Kaya naman, nakapasok na sila sa A-site natin and they are looking into putting every single utility na maaaring maging beneficial sa kanila once na mag-opt ng retake itong si Game Lab Alpha. We are just gonna wait for Game Lab Alpha to opt for their execution.
Double Heaven.
But right now, mukhang wala pa. Double Heaven, tingnan natin how that's gonna turn out because yung isa naman sa kanila Jet, but not with a good gun possibly used for a retake.
Naku po, into the smoke. Zind using yung utility ni Kakarot, but Game Lab Alpha are about to turn it on its head. Kakarot trying to play around the smoke, kaso nga lang, it is Micro turning this around almost para sa Zol Esports, but Dreech is still alive. He will bring it back to life. He has enough time, and it will be another extension of play. Game Lab Alpha almost down in the dumps, pero buti na lang as they have the numbers advantage.
Kamuntikan pa na manalo si Micro dun. Sinusolo niya, 4 na tao. It's just that hindi siya nagkaroon ng magandang reset in terms of his crosshair placement doon sa last frag na supposed niyang makuha, which is si Rich. But now, it is going to be finally a possible breakthrough for the side of Game Lab Alpha. There's still a lot of rounds na kailangan nilang habulin dito, and that is if hahayaan sila ng Zol Esports na gawin yon. Now they have sets of marshals and sheriffs. We know the capacity and the one-tap potential na meron itong dalawang guns na ito, and this might be really crucial here for the side of Game Lab Alpha if hindi na mabibreach yung distances natin, lalong-lalo na that they're holding full stack of Spectres.
This is at the point where Game Lab have to play with such discipline again. You don't have to push too far. You already won the round where you needed to win. Yung talaga nakapag-push pa ulit agad tong si Fall X, and it cost him very, very preciously. For Zol, they're happy to get the first round or the first kill dito sa ating next round. Zind is the one who needs to take the headshots. Kakarot leading the charge, especially with an early Viper wall over towards that C site. Very strong if they want to secure yung contact play na hinahanap nila ngayon. Especially now that you also have yung Killjoy na si Patman also controlling the mid side. Despite them having the lower guns, they're doing a really good job of controlling the space para dito sa loob ng kanilang T-sided push. Eonix expecting somebody to push out in towards that garage control pero hindi niya alam kung kailan siya papasok at hindi niya alam kung kailan niya kailangan lumabas.
Actually, napakaganda ng preparation dito for Zol Esports, no? Dalam nila na meron silang advantage in terms of the C site and doon sila napunta. Yun nga lang nga, even if that they are looking for anyone to flank, is Ionix pa rin nanalo dito. They are trying to go for a full-on push. Lahat dito nagkakandalaglagan na, guys! Tuloy-tuloy na dito. Every single one is just being killed here. Farm numbers here for the side of Zol Esports. Isa na lang ang iwan. He's sticking it in! And yes, he'll be able to clutch it out here! Ionix! And a good, just shedding light here for the side of Game Lab. Good play.
It is not always about kills. The second time today that Ionix has stolen around daylight robbery para sa Mayors on Game Lab Alpha, where Ionix is the guy who wins out a 1v2 off the back of a beautiful, beautiful ninja defuse. Dahil sa smoke na pinrovide ni ONQT bago siya mamatay. Talagang covered si Ionix. And despite heroics out for Kakarot, who covered himself using the smoke to his own advantage, doon pa lang sa ating backside ay talagang sayang na sayang. Pero mukhang wala talaga silang pera. All the way towards this next round, Game Lab Alpha have to be careful about this aggress over A. At talagang Zol Esports are ready for this. Foresighted yung aggression agad ni Fall X at saka ni ONQT. Kaya babalik na lang sila to reset. Akala ng Game Lab Alpha na nag-reset sila towards the other side of the map. However, they don't know that they still want to take ONQT out of this picture. Kaya hintayin na lang yung smoke. Gagamitin na lang nila yung util nila. Talagang surprise na agad tong si ONQT na prepared ang Zol Esports. Kaya kailangan niya mag-back away. Give the space up doon sa ating A-long side. And now that Game Lab Alpha have somewhat of an idea na baka doon nga pa rin sa A-long manggagaling ay dapat maging ready yung breach natin.
Dapat nga maging ready siya. I mean, maganda naman ang positioning niya dito sa B-link natin, your A site. So this is going to be a good potential. And yun nga lang din kung malalaman ni Kakarot na nandito lang sa tabi niya si ONQT. That's going to be really crucial. Yun nga lang, para predicted na! Narinig na nag-skill siya, guys! Narinig na nilabas niya yung dark covers! That is so unfortunate for the second time around! And we are about to see kung magkakaroon nga ba na maganda sagot dito sa Game Lab Alpha. Once again, everyone, these are the minimal mistakes or some unaware na mistakes na ginawa-gawa dito ni Game Lab Alpha ang nagli-lead sa kanilang demise. But now, kung meron mapapatay dito for the fault line, mukhang madadagdagan pa with all the gunplays that is happening here by the side of Game Lab Alpha in favor of them. But now, all numbers equalize. Kailangan nila na mag-ingat talaga. Try to pinpoint kung saan yung mga locations dito by the side of Zol Esports. And yes, they've been able to segregate our membership by the side of Zol Esports. At hindi pa rin top dito. Guys, wala siyang pakialam kung dalawa ang kaharap niya. He has been able to clutch it all out, leading them into our match point.
Nag-audition para kay Patrick Mendoza, mga kaibigan. Zol Esports, against all odds, against all expectations, they are proving themselves dito sa final stage ng qualifiers. At pinakita na dapat sila ay nasa group stages pa lang. They separated the pack. They have proven that timing is their friend. And luck is not only on their side, but skill against all odds. Zol Esports match point. One more papunta dito sa demise ng Game Lab Alpha. And they tried their best kasi ang ganda ng retake nila. Nag-double pick pa sila papunta kay Kakarot. At siya pa naman sana ang impact player. Pero hindi nila na-expect yung A-long position. The long-range taps na kinailangan lamang para ma-clutch up agad ng Zol Esports. Kailangang ulitin yun ng Game Lab. Pero nasaan ang mga baril nila? Nasaan ang mga rifles na hawak nila kanina? Dahil doon sa double pick ng Spectres, yung run and gun ang nagbigay sa kanila ng hope, pero wala na silang ganun. Naka-sheriff lang sila ngayon.
They really didn't expect that Nemtap would get his hands onto that Vandal, which definitely gave them the advantage. And of course, kahit na gusto nilang i-capitalize yung body system nila, it is not coordinated enough, and as well as the advantages of guns, ila sa kanila. Pero ngayon, mukhang nakapaglapag na sila ng spike dito sa gitna, and kailangan nilang na tingnan na naman kung saan sila pupunta, ano ang kanilang punteriya. Pero dahil ng mga shots, dahil ng mga util, mukhang mababawasan si Kakarot, 2 HP in a dream. Mukhang alam ata nila kung nasaan siya dito. Pero ngayon, sinusubukan pa rin ni Paul X na pumalag. Long range distance using a Spectre. Pero ngayon, hindi pa rin sasapat. Doon lahat kinanamish na. And that's going to be a flawless round, a flawless way to end this match here in contradictory to Game Lab Alpha. Zol Esports being able to set the bar high for this leg.
The heart and soul of the local scene is well and alive para sa Predator League 2023. Congratulations sa Zol Esports. They're moving on to the group stages kung saan makikita natin sila to top against the best of the best that the Philippines has to offer. But my God, the Game Lab Alpha take a bow. A really good performance doon sa ating Pearl game. But on Haven, they look like a different team against Zol Esports.
Parang medyo naliligaw sila kanina in contrast sa kung ano ang ginawa ni Zol Esports. I mean, Zol Esports, tulad na sinabi ko, I wonder what is the reason why Game Lab Alpha let them take control of the Haven map.
Yeah.
Lalong-lalo na nakita natin kung gaano kalinis mag-execute si Zol Esports, gaano na kabisado yung mga here and there's ng Haven map.
Yeah.
Like, parang kabisado, ultimo yung mga dumi sa mga kasuluk-sulukan ng mga site natin sa Haven Map, alam nila eh.
Yeah.
Like, ganun sila kalinis, trumabaho. Literal na nilinis nila yung site. All bodies on the floor and they've been able to sweep them all out, ending that match in such a really, really notable note.
Yeah,
Like,
nice.
notable note, diba?
Yeah, notable
It's
note.
just powerful, sobra.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, imagine that ha. I was doubting yung team comp ng Zol Esports nung una. Kasi you don't really normally see a Viper to be played on
Yeah.
the Haven map, diba? Pero Kakarot has made sure that every single part of his util has purpose. Kung ilalagay niya yung poison orb niya on the city side doon sa may labas ng A-short, then it is for them to have cover just so that they could focus on one side lamang ng default box. If they wanted to push yung ACT side, and hayaan mo lang na si Kakarot ang magbigay ng space para sa'yo using his own poison orb as well. Bakit naglalabas si Kakarot ng isang napakahabang wall from A lobby towards that A short extremity? It's just so they have 3 ways to control yung information nila. Manipulation and mind games all around. Kakarot has been a beacon para dito sa team na ito. And yes, Zind has been the MVP. But Kakarot has become the unsung hero for every single part of Zol Esports' success. And I think you can also attribute that dito kay Micro, who has become the kuya of the team, diba no? So
True.
Zol Esports, it is a nicely done performance for them. And syempre, props din para kay Deech kasi this guy's initiator game has been on point all throughout this tournament.
Actually, that's something I want to point out din, no?
Oh.
We need to honor the brain behind the madness na ginawa ni Zol Esports here. It's just really crucial for me to see na every single thing na ginagawa nga nila, naiintindihan mo, kahit tignan mo lang, naiintindihan mo kung para saan, ano yung timing, kaya pala ganyan na lang ginamit to, kasi
diba?
para dito. Hindi lang sila naggumagamit ng mga utilities sa talagang at the brink of the moment lang. It seems like there is this certain aspect na nakalatag na siya. Parang kahit na umpisa pa lang ng mapa, alam na nila kung anong gagawin ng kalaban, basado na nila kung ano yung susunod na steps nila, and it's just really, really honorable to say that Zol Esports has been the really best team by far from the past qualifiers that we had.
Yeah, and it's not only exclusive to how they use the util. It's also really inclusive of how they use their ultimates din. You remember yung ult combos din nila? Talagang all well-rounded yung kung paano sila gumamit ng abilities And combo that with their really good aim, talagang
Their
they are
positionings too.
the team to beat dito pa lang sa group stages natin. We already find out, mga kaibigan, kung sino yung mga kings sa lahat ng ating mga on-site qualifiers. Pero, syempre, we have set the bar for the tournament so far. Pero paano naman yung mga viewers at yung mga participants natin from the online qualifiers? Huwag niyo kakalimutan, mga kaibigan, na pwede din kayo mag-register para sumali din kayo sa laban dito. Just go on towards Predator Gaming on their own official Facebook page para malaman niyo kung paano kayo sumali at kung ano yung mga updates at mga schedules ng mga upcoming games natin for Predator League 2023. Huwag niyo kakalimutan, no matter the results, win or lose, always stand proud. You will always have a chance to redeem yourself, especially now that we are at the end of our on-site qualifiers. And see you next week, October 7, mga kaibigan, para sa 5th day ng online qualifiers. So nga pala si Ramon, kasama ko si Mochi, and we'll see you next time right here on Predator League 2023.
Bye, guys!
left.
I got the spike.
Oops. Spike down A. One enemy remaining.
I
One enemy remaining. Team Ace.
grounded.
One enemy remaining.
Pretty done here.
One enemy remaining.
Down. Oh. Ooh. Ah.
30 seconds left.
Covering it. Taking that back.
One enemy remaining. Long.
Dead.
One enemy remaining. Spike
Oh, dear.
standing. One enemy remaining.
Trinity.